controversies galore, Trump made an outrageous comment that illegal immigrants were eating pet cats. Kamala continually identified with the black community, although she's partly of Indian origin. Trump and his supporters even took to driving garbage trucks as a retort to Joe Biden, referring to Trump's supporters as garbage. Celebrities like Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Eminem and Elon Musk are all threw their hats in the ring to endorse their candidates. But who is better for India as US President? That's what we are looking at today.
Mr. Ramesh Damani in our studios. And Mr. Damani, great having you. Thanks for joining in. It almost seems as if the world hopes that they were also allowed to vote in the election because everybody has an opinion there.
Yeah. Thank you, Neeraj. Thank you for first inviting me for your show. And Samina. See, this is the most important election in the history of the world because it's for the leader of the free world. The guy who wins the presidency has the nuclear codes, the keys to Air Force One. Every public statement he makes is scrutinized by the press almost incessantly. Whereas the loser, Hillary Clinton, the next day after she lost, went for a hike. Mitt Romney, who lost to Obama, was pumping gas the next day. So almost nothing. You become almost asterisk. So it is a very important election. It's one of the direct elections. And it's a quadrennial spectacle, and I, for one, am very enthused by it.
What are you watching for the most? I mean, it's obviously a neck-to-neck, and the polls out there are very debatable and very varied, if you will. But how have you gauged the thing thus far?
Well, what it seems to me is that it is neck-to-neck. But as I mentioned before, this is an electoral college business. So it's a 50 state-by-state transaction that goes on. Now, I think 226 to 219 votes already cast. We know where they're going to get. So there's a balance of 60, 70 electoral votes that matter. And they're the blue wall, the so-called blue wall, which is Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. And of course, in the South, the Sun Belt states of Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada. Those are the important states to watch. For Kamala to win, she would almost have to carry the blue wall states, all three of them. For Trump to win, if he carries the 4 Sunbelt states, it would bring him over the top if he gets one more of the blue wall states. So the 2 states that could pose surprises to us is Iowa and New Hampshire. A recent poll release in Iowa shows that Kamala is ahead in Iowa, which is very rare for a Democrat to lead in Iowa. So that would be watched very closely. And New Hampshire, which is typically a Democratic state, is leaning Republican this time. So they could sweep there. But clearly the road to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, or the White House, leads to the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Mr. Damani, first of all, we're so excited to have you here on NDTV Profit.
Thank you.
And your passion for US elections and tracking it is truly amazing. I think you'll also help us make sense of this from India Inc.'s perspective. Indian equity markets, global markets. Why is everyone rooting for Trump?
Well, I think you did a great job explaining some of the factors what Kamala and Donald Trump stand for out there. I think the rooting for Trump is perhaps, in my opinion, a bit misplaced because he has a very inward and unsecular view of America's role. Just remember, after World War II, it was on America's broad shoulders that the world prospered. Japan and Germany, 2 economic powerhouses, members of the G5, came back because of the Marshall Plan and the largest of America, opening up their wallets after beating them decisively in World War II. Now, Trump wants to cut down immigration, increase tariffs, make America a secular power. So I'm not sure why they want him. The one reason suggested is that taxes will go down in America, corporate tax will go down, individual tax will go down, replaced by tariffs. But tariffs are paid by the American consumer.
And so inflationary. It's inflationary.
And of course it's inflationary. And the second part is immigration. America is a land of immigrants. A lot of the CEOs, as we know, are Indians running the companies. A lot of people in very important positions are immigrants because it was truly a merit-based society. And for them to remove the essential characteristic of that would be damaging. So there's not a good choice between the 2 candidates, Kamala and Donald at this time, as most people have said. But on balance, I would prefer Kamala because America can recover from a bad Democratic administration, but it can't recover from the dark and foreboding statements that Trump has made, including in his 2016 inauguration speech. I mean, that is a classic of black darkness. So I'm in the minority opinion. I think that the markets and the world economy would ultimately find Kamala Harris's victory a bit more palatable than Donald Trump's.
So Damani, good point, right? Because the true test or DNA of America is that it's equal to all. And I think Trump is out to change that. But the world at this stage is seeking change from what we understand. We've talked about, and you told us what you think about what this means for the country, what it means for Americans, and what it means for the world at large. But who is better for the markets? Who is better for equity markets? I know data shows that after the short-term volatility, it's back to business. Who do you think is going to be better for markets and the corporate sector at large?
Yeah, 2 points. If you look at the historical record, the two best administrations for the stock market has been Bill Clinton and Barack Obama. Okay. In Bill Clinton, the Dow and the S&P rose about 200% during his 8-year term, about 180, 190% in Obama. After that was George Bush. So the historical record is that, as Warren Buffett famously said, that you don't sell America short. America will do well irrespective of who's in power, which is what has been. I think on average the Dow has gained 8 to 10% over the last 40, 50 years. So I think historical records suggest that it does well with Democratic and Republican administration. Between Joe Biden's 4 years and Donald Trump's 4 years, it's Tweedledum, Tweedledee. There's not been any great difference in Dow performance. So I'm confident that the market will do well because there's a system of checks and balances, Samina, within the American government. It's not that the American president has a moral bully pulpit. He can influence. But ultimately, Congress has the purse strings. It has to pass the budgets. Senate must confirm his appointments. So there's a great system of checks and balances that have worked well in America. I think it will continue to work in America unless Donald Trump is elected. And you've heard of the movie The Last Emperor? Well, he would be the first emperor of America because after having been indicted 3 times, criminally prosecuted, impeached, if he comes back, he'll be almost an unchecked power in America. And I think he would, rule by writ almost, which is so rare in America. But I don't think people would argue against him, given the fact that he, despite all the opposition, has still won. So I think Trump coming would mean more autocracy for America, though the Trump supporters would disbelieve that. I believe that might be true.
But why is that? Why do you think this is a change in so many ways? What is leading to this?
See, Trump has a base of support, which is so loyal to him. In fact, if you remember the 2016 election campaign, Trump actually made a statement which I thought was the most stupid statement a president could make. He said, I could go down Fifth Avenue and shoot people and would not change my vote. And as ridiculous as that sounds, that was true. His base is still fully supporting him. No matter what he says, what he does, who he picks, no matter what policy he does, they are with him. So I think there's one part of this election is there's a gender divide in America. If only women were voting in America, I think Kamala would win by a landslide, as you said. But because men are voting, it's a much closer election than he will. And there's a lot of rural America that is dissatisfied with the globalization, with the progressive elites, what they are doing to them, stuffing the country with immigration, the tax rates, the tech billionaires, so-called. So I think that is giving him his power base. And that is such a solid base that no matter what he does, he's going to, it's a 50-50 nation, but 45-46 is almost set in stone. It's not going to change. So they're fighting only for the 3-4%.
This is important. And, more questions to you, Mr. Damani, but just a quick detour because our colleague Gauri Dwivedi is joining us live right now from Washington. And Gauri, give us an overview. What's the final leg of the campaigning like and who will lead the Oval Office according to people out there?
It's so tough to say, Dheeraj, and I've been hearing what Mr. Damani has been saying, all very erudite insights, and in fact, most of them are absolutely correct. I am standing, behind me is the White House, and it's absolutely impossible to say which one of those two candidates is really going to make it in the next 24 hours. But what I can say, the last couple of days, I've been here almost a week now, 3 specific cases I will point out that just tells you exactly how tight this race is. A bunch of black Americans we spoke to in Philadelphia, which is 43% blacks. In fact, all black males I spoke to, this is a very unscientific an unscientific poll, but just important for our viewers to know. Every black American male that I spoke to said that they will vote for Trump because they feel Kamala Harris's economic plan they don't agree with. They said they don't even know what that is. The reason why you have Obama and so many other people, in fact, speaking and reaching directly to the black male demographic. That's the reason. Secondly, I spoke with Steny Hoyer, who is the former number 2 in the Democrat camp, as late as till last year, next only to Nancy Pelosi, and he conceded to me in an interview saying that the Democrat campaign could have focused more on economic aspects of Kamala Harris's campaign and Kamala Harris's policies, and he also conceded that Trump did a better job of being able to say that he can fix it better. It all comes down to optics. And the third final point I will say is I spoke to a lot of young girls in New York City, and the one thing I asked all of them is that will you vote for Kamala Harris because it comes down to reproductive rights? They said it's not just about abortion that I'm going to vote on. It's going to be a bunch of things. And why should I only vote for a woman who's on the ticket? It's not just about a woman. It's much more than that. So these instances, as I said, unscientific polling, nowhere compared to the kind of 100 scientific polls that have been done only for Pennsylvania. But they just indicate to you how fractured the political landscape right now is. Family votes have actually been divided till the very last, and there's no way of knowing right now, 12 hours before the voting, that who will really be the next occupant of Oval House.
You have your hands full. I wonder if you will get to sleep tonight, but be that as it may, thank you for keeping us updated, and all the best for the coverage. We take forth some of the points that Gauri mentioned, Mr. Damani, to you as well, but also try and now overlay this with a perspective of what it means for, let's say, India, right? Because we are kind of thinking about that. So a lot of popular opinion by endorsements for each of the separate participants. How do you think, though, policies could shape up in either of the victories? The Fed move might also get impacted. Some people say because of who comes into the White House. What's your sense?
My sense is the Fed remains a very important construct of U.S. economic policy. John Kenneth Galbraith, who was U.S. ambassador to India in the 60s, used to say that the finance minister of every emerging market should have his residence in Washington rather than the state capital, because what happens is more important in terms of the money flows than what they can do in the state capitals. I don't think that much has changed. The U.S. is still the pillar on which the U.S. economy rests completely. But for 40, 50 years in the post-World War II Bretton Woods type of agreement, we built a world economy on access to U.S. markets. China rose to power by having access to U.S. markets. India, remember in the 60s, had a lot of benefit from PL 480. Despite disagreeing and being non-aligned, the U.S. opened its floodgates to India under PL 480 and economic aid, and Indian people went there. All that might change. So that would not, in my opinion, that can't be good for the global economy. The global economy still needs a global power like the U.S. to open its wallet. There isn't a company like China or Russia or Germany that can replace it. So I think any president that would prefer an open economy, prefer trade, prefer mutual agreement rather than say unilaterally pulling out of the Taiwan agreement or NATO should be preferred. So I'm not sure what a second term presidency brings, but I'm very apprehensive about it because, as I told you in the previous segment, that he is going to be the first emperor of America. He's not going to be a president, but an emperor, because if he wins this time, I mean, he'll be an absolute power to himself. He can pretty much run his writ through Congress, run his writ through the presidency, and he's not up for re-election. So he would be even more imaginative. At least the first term, the prospect of election kept him in check. The second term, he can't run again, so it will not keep him in check.
You know, I just want to get your take on this perception that's building, and in part because under Biden's watch, two major global conflagrations began and now continue, and these wars are still raging. One, of course, in the Middle East, and one between Ukraine and Russia. And this, perhaps a fantasy, that Trump comes in and puts an end to all of this because Biden just could not, and of course Kamala won't be able to. I think that's part of the allure of Trump right now, that he's a strong man that can fix what's happening in the world, where the US has lost that kind of a position. Any merit to it at all, or is it just a fantasy?
It's hard to say what starts the conflagration. I mean, in Israel, Netanyahu is beholden to Trump, so he might listen to Trump more than he listen to Biden.
Yeah.
And the Ukraine stuff has gone a bit beyond. If you unilaterally stop Ukraine from fighting Russia, for example, by telling them we won't supply you arms or money out there, what is to prevent China tomorrow from launching an invasion against Taiwan, in which the president has said, I will not support Taiwan, or I will not support a NATO member, or I'll pull out of NATO, or if they don't pay them money, it's like America is wanting hafta. I will protect you as long as you pay me your defense budget of 2%. If you don't, we won't. That is not America that I know of. America had moral leadership in the world, and there were causes more important than economics, and they would support truth, liberty, democracy for almost post-World War II era. So I would be very puzzled to see, I think Trump would not do that because he's so insular. The politics swings in cycles. I think in the 1920s, America was very insular, then became a global power. And I think they're trying to go back to be insular, but I don't think it'll work.
So, Damani, we've talked about the geopolitical dynamics, but what I also want to talk to you about is what happens to the Federal Reserve. And this is important because in a few days from now, you also have that much look forward to meeting. And it's not just like the US tracks this, right? Every central bank decision, for some reason, is driven by what the Fed does.
Of course.
And from what we expect, Trump's potential influence on the Federal Reserve rate decision exists. How concerned should India as a country be about market volatility and inflation? Because if Harris was in control, she would not interfere, and the trajectory would be far more predictable. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think Trump is, has no filter in his mouth. I mean, he'll speak out against the Federal Reserve Governor, which no US president speaks out against. Even if Ronald Reagan or Paul Volcker didn't reduce rates, he'd say disappointed. But that's about the extent of the statement. Trump will fire the guy.
He's the emperor, remember?
Yeah, he's the emperor, as I told you. So, yes, I would be worried about it. But having said that, I mean, at least in the short term, Trump and most people prefer lower rates rather than higher rates. Now, the one consequence that both the presidents, whoever is elected, would have to deal with is the burgeoning US debt. It is almost getting out of hand. At some point, the bond market vigilantes will hold the government, will hold them to account and say you can't keep increasing the debt, and you will have to make hard decisions to do that.
And how soon will that show up, in your opinion?
I think in the short run it won't show up because I think the market has discounted a very close election. In the long run, it has a huge impact. I mean, for example, Trump, one of the policies Trump is saying is that if you make tips, you're not going to be taxed. If you make Social Security, you're not going to be taxed. If you make state taxes, you can deduct that. I mean, where's the money going to come from without increasing the budget?
But both want to spend. Both want to spend money they don't have.
In fact,
but Trump more so, believe it or not. Trump more so.
Really, Kamala wants to subsidize childcare. She wants to subsidize home loans.
Yeah, the overall numbers seem higher when it came to Kamala Harris spending. Mr.
No, it is Trump's actually spending. I mean, imagine if you don't tax tips in America, America becomes a service economy. Everyone will go on the tips model. So it's not going to work. Again, like I said, America has checks and balances. The executive and the legislative is different. So they will not be able to necessarily pass it through Congress that easily.
I have one last question. Since you are overwhelmingly saying that you prefer a Kamala Harris presidency, let's assume the reverse happens and Donald Trump comes to power. What are the positives out there? There are a lot of issues out there. What are the positives of that presidency? From an Indian watcher's perspective, let's say.
I think he's a businessman, so he understands business. Who is supporting him? Elon Musk is supporting him. Bill Ackman, a fund manager, is supporting him. A lot of business people support him. They feel that he would be better for business. I just happen to have a different opinion about it, so I'm not really in that same supportive camp. But he would clearly cut tax rates, so that might be good for us. And generally what happens, I mean, the US cut its corporate tax rate. We followed a few years later in India by cutting our corporate tax rate. That led to a huge bull market in India. So, it maybe does that, but it's a tough one.
Just one quick one. Trump's pro-oil stance could also lead to increased US oil production. How will this impact global crude prices? Because this is a very important moving part when it comes to our import bill and India's initiatives on renewable energy, which is the big theme for the next 5 years.
It's a mixed bag. Of course, it's good if oil prices go down for India. It's a large part of our Indian economic basket. But I think the world is now transiting to electric energy, and the fact that Elon Musk has supported him, and what Trump has said that he'd make Elon the head of the efficiency in the government in America. And if he does that, I think we'll move faster to an electric transition in America, or a non-fossil fuels-based transition in America. Though, Trump is all over the place on this because he wants to win in Pennsylvania. He's for fossil fuel because he wants Elon Musk's vote. He's for the transition to non-combustive energy. So he's been all over the place on this.
We have to talk to you about what's happening in the Indian markets right now. We're coming off a terrible October. The first trading session of November has been painful, to say the least. I mean, it's being blamed on the US election uncertainty and the Fed, but is there a deeper problem here, you see?
I think the market was running a marathon and it's just tired. It's just a bit tired. The results haven't been good. The troubles at the bottom of the pyramid in the Indian economy. I think it just needs time. I think it'll probably pass through a dull last quarter of this financial year. And then next quarter we'll start looking again to a more upbeat assessment. I think the market is falling off its own weight rather than blaming the US or blaming other reasons for it.
Just a quick one, Mr. Damani. This is more specific in terms of actionables. You've expressed optimism about PSUs in the past. This space of the market has, just like the rest of the market, has seen a big correction. Do you feel PSU OMCs, for example, look even more attractive? Or any sort of basket in the market right now that looks like a good allocation, a good sector that could be allocated to?
Well, I'll first make a motherhood statement. When I joined the market in the mid-80s, sometime, the index Sensex was below 800. Today it's 80,000. It's up 100x.
Everything's expensive.
Not very expensive, but it pays to be invested in India. I think these corrections and volatility are a part of our business, and they will happen from time to time. There's no reason to panic and get out of the Indian markets because it's going to go down 10%. So what? You just have to ride it out. It's not like a game of cards where you have a bad pack and you hold on and pack up and try and find a new pack of cards to do with. The way to make money is to remain invested in high-quality businesses and ride out the volatility. The risk of permanent loss of capital in a great business is much smaller than the risk of loss in terms of panicking due to volatility. Having said that, I think the PSU basket itself had gone up 20x, 15x. So they're correcting. There's nothing more to it than that. That's, all good stocks correct over long periods of time, give a new opportunity for new investors to come into the market. In terms of the new sectors that I particularly happen to like, I've mentioned to you on the Diwali show, I like the place of the public digital infrastructure space. We are making a digital India in terms of KYC, Aadhaar, biometrics, and those people who build that infrastructure, I think have long years of growth ahead of them. So that's one sector. And what I find surprising for me, because I've never been a big believer in the pharma sector as such, and other than the outstanding companies in the large cap, which are like DVs and Dr. Reddy's, they're doing fine. A number of small cap and mid cap companies in India are now coming out with intellectual property, developing their own drugs. It could be anti-obesity, it could be Botox, it could be breast cancer, it could be in so many other antibiotics, for example. So I would suggest you look at them because the intellectual property is not yet being valued. I think they're still being valued as generics or contract drug manufacturers. But the fact that they have intellectual property means these companies will over time re-rate.
So would you do a lump sum investment in these ideas, or would you stagger your buying given that there could be uncertainty on the horizon?
There's never a clear answer, but I generally the staggering kind. I tend to buy over a period of time.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Damani, for joining us today.
Always a pleasure. It's fun to be here.
Are we seeing you back tomorrow? Results, I think, clear by tomorrow, or maybe more if it's a close fight?
The last time it took almost 4 days before the election was called. I think the processes have improved, so it may be called. But whatever happens, if Trump loses, it is going to be litigated. I guarantee you that. On Trump's tombstones, he says, I won. So he's not going to accept a defeat, no matter what happens to you. So if he loses, I think there'll be a long period of court cases going on. If he wins, then of course it'll be done in a few days.
So we will have Mr. Damani hopefully back and talking to us when the numbers are clear, the results are clear, to talk about what next and what it means. But thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Tamanna. Thank you, Samina.
We promise you very good green tea. we are connected.
As long as the screen is green, I'm okay.
Okay, good. And I think that's today.
That's the dialogue of the day.
Well, thank you, Mr. Damani. Great talking to you.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter. The Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple.
If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable show.
If you want to be in the money.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephalogist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani, exclusively on the NDTV network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter. The Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading
On the eve of elections in Washington, D.C., I am joined by a power-packed panel to talk about what the implications of this election will be for India. The strategic relationship, what could be its next level, what would be the kind of alignment when it comes to security, trade, and geopolitical concerns of India and America. Joining me on the show is, in fact, a power-packed panel, as I said. Let's start with Professor Irfan Nuruddin from George Mason University. We have Elizabeth, who's joining us from Stinson Center, Director of the South Asian Center, Safiya Gauri Ahmed, who's been at the Harris Finance Committee, Kapil Sharma of the Atlantic Council, and Sulaja Shankar, Director of ORF America. As I said, we've pretty much covered all aspects of the political discourse here. But let me start with you, sir, on the fact that whoever would be the next president of United States, I mean, I think we shouldn't even be hazarding a guess now, given how tight the race is. Whoever would be the next president of United States, how do you see the next phase in the India-US relationship? I ask this because while, of course, the broader alignment is there, but every time a new administration comes in, it comes in with its own set of priorities, with its own set of focus areas. How do you see the next key focus areas for the India-US relationship over the next 4 to 8 years?
Trump administration is always going to be a wild card. He makes his reputation on being unpredictable and shaking up the status quo. But he's also run a campaign where none of the people who supported him in the administration the first time, none of his cabinet except Nikki Haley have endorsed him this time. So the question as to who fills the key spots, who becomes his brain trust, is a very big question. And whether any of those people have genuine India expertise is also a question. What we know, I suspect, is that India continues to be a bulwark against China, so we'll get that rhetoric. But the appetite for genuine sort of bilateral relationships, trade concessions, are unlikely to be very high with Mr. Trump. But again, he's a wild card, right? You never know. Famously, he supposedly has a good relationship on a personal level with Prime Minister Modi, and maybe that unlocks certain advantages. But I imagine that the pure chaos of a second Trump administration filling all the spots throughout Washington, D.C. and all these administrative buildings will occupy much of the attention for the first 4 to 6 months of the administration. And so one way or the other, you should expect to see a real bump. I mean, if nothing else, a slowdown of the momentum. With Kamala Harris, as much as she is a change candidate, you get a continuity of the Biden administration. A lot of the key figures will rotate, of course, but you'll see a deep bench on the Democratic side, including many people who have pedigree in the Obama administration and the Biden administration and who are very committed to the India relationship. I imagine you see a lot more continuity, but I also think that President Harris brings much more attention to democracy and human rights concerns than maybe President Biden was. And to the extent that some Indians might see that as problematic, you could expect some bumps in the road there.
Okay. Specifically, if one were to choose 2 or 3 areas, what do you think would be? As I said, it's not about a Harris or a Trump or versus Trump kind of a discussion, but more in terms of, in your opinion, the next 4 years, where do you see this relationship going? Is it going to be a game changer in technology? Do you think it's going to be a game changer in terms of greater geopolitical alignment? That one X factor, if one were to say.
I think to an extent it does depend on a couple of things. So one is, right, what happens in the White House? Who is going to be there calling the shots? One other aspect of a potential Harris administration, I think there's a lot of room to run on climate. Obviously, that's a huge issue facing India and the rest of the global South, and could see that being a part of the partnership that is further built out under a Harris administration, less likely under a Trump administration, given politics here in the U.S. But I do think that tech cooperation writ large is a space of mutual interest and one that is less weighted by political outcomes. It tends to be seen as more neutral. There's a lot of cooperation that can happen, for example, in terms of just research centers at the university level, private sector. And either way, regardless of who wins, adding those components to the relationship will help it through any bumps in the road that move forward. And beyond that, I would say, you mentioned geopolitics. To an extent, what happens in the region will also matter as well. We've just seen a bit of a thaw, perhaps, between India and China. And so seeing how that plays out, the extent to which that competition continues or perhaps lessens, will have knock-on effects, too, in terms of the broader U.S.-India partnership.
Sure. Sophia, you want to come in on the fact that specifically in terms of the trade relationship that India and US have, that elusive FTA that both parties have been seeking for at least a decade, if not longer. How do you see those negotiations changing, in the next 4 to 8 years? Because given the fact that economy is so much central to this entire discussion here as well, any progress would also be done keeping in mind a bunch of domestic considerations.
I think on an FTA, it's going to be very difficult for either party, just given that Congress is likely in no mood for passing free trade agreements with any country, regardless of India or not. So in addition to the presidential ticket, there's a number of down ballot tickets that are also very important. So we'll need to see where the Senate and the House land and how that shakes out as well. And that's going to be very important to how this trade relationship looks between the U.S. and India. President Trump, at least in his last iteration as president, saw trade as a very transactional, from a very transactional perspective, from a trade deficit perspective. However, I do think that Prime Minister Modi and his focus on manufacturing and the fact that this U.S.-India or U.S.-China relationship has been so fraught could create opportunities in India. It could create opportunities for U.S. companies who are trying to manufacture and build in India. And those incentives are there and could create those types of investment opportunities in India. But I don't think that either party is in any mood for an FTA.
Yeah, that looks unlikely. In terms, I'm going to come to the wars in just a bit, because I think that warrants a response from all of you, and I'm going to come to that in a bit. But specifically, one word to talk about in terms of the technology aspect that I feel has been a very significant component of the relationship the last 2 years. Whether you talk semiconductors, whether you talk about greater alignment on defense-led technology collaborations, do you see that moving ahead? Do you see that realigning, or what's your take on the tech collaboration between the two sides?
I think the tech collaboration is moving in the right direction, especially also in the defense bilateral. I think there's going to be questions as to the manufacturing of such products. So how the semiconductors are manufactured, whether U.S. defense companies can do Make in India. I was pleased to see that India was actually one of the top sellers, defense sellers to the U.S. market, top 4 recently, mainly from a subcontractor perspective, which surprised me, which means that the relationship is strong. But I don't think the Indians are happy with as far as how much defense equipment is being manufactured in India. And I think that's something that they're going to have to work on. ISET, I think, is a great first step. It's moving in the right direction. I think implementation still is going to take some time. I'm also excited about the U.S. and India working together on IMEC and all the technology aspects of IMEC as well. There is I think, a lot of good collaboration between the U.S. and India on technology from a conceptual perspective. I think implementation is going to be a little bit more harder than we think.
On some of the other aspects that we spoke about, the technology, the trade, Elizabeth also mentioned the climate aspect of this relationship.
I mean, this is a very broad-based relationship. I think there is a political level, and that's the one that gets a lot of attention. There is a business-to-business relationship that is growing and has its own logic. And on that side, as Cap mentioned correctly, I think a lot of the questions are, can India seize this opportunity to create a more attractive business environment that attracts American investment, sees the U.S. as a major market for many exports, and sort of is able to thicken that relationship. But that'll almost, policy will affect that, but it will not be perhaps even the primary determinant of that. And then there's also the people-to-people relationship, which is quite strong, but again will be affected by politics. It'll be affected by immigration policy, and that is something that will change depending on which candidate wins the White House.
And I was coming to just that before the wars and the conflict part, which is the people-to-people connect that India and US have. And there's been so much of talk about immigration. And I'll tell you 2 interesting aspects. The amount of time I've spent with Indian Americans, there's, of course, a large population who feel that there's an excessive focus and it sort of mixes up the whole concept of legal and illegal immigration. But there's another aspect to this, which is that a lot of people said that, we're the skilled ones and we've been waiting, and some of us could wait for 100 years, whereas the illegal folks can go ahead, even if they happen to be from India. So it's a nuanced discussion and a very, very, one should say, multi-dimensional in its approach. But the question I want to ask you is that how much do you think that is going to impact the relationship? Because either one comes, immigration is set to be the cornerstone of the next administration's policies.
Well, so immigration will be. Under President Trump has run maybe the most xenophobic and racist campaign in my lifetime, right? And that says a lot because some of the other campaigns are pretty ugly as well. So you would imagine if he is elected president, you get a very harsh thing, whether he actually follows through on claims that he's going to deport 15, 20 million people who he claims are undocumented. That's a different question, but one way or the other, you'd not expect any real immigration reform. The pressure on a Democratic administration would be similar, but you have to remember that President Biden, in a bipartisan manner, had a bill to reform immigration that was teed up. The Republicans had signed on until Trump killed it because he thought it would be bad for his election campaign. So one hope would be that if Harris were to win, that same deal can be resuscitated, brought back so that you get actual common sense border security reform.
How does that impact India? I mean,
where it affects India is it changes maybe the question. At the end of the day, skilled immigration that comes through documented channels is not especially controversial. But as you said in your intro to this segment, it gets confused with questions about undocumented immigration, in particular the southern border. So if you can make real reform on the southern border, it opens up opportunities to have more sensible conversations about America's need for skilled workers. You can begin to tell a story about how that skilled immigration helps lower inflation. It provides critical mix. But look, at the end of the day, the real question is H-1Bs. I mean, this is something the Indian government has made a real priority in conversations. It has made very little headway. I'm a university professor. For 30 years, we've had such an incredible influx of incredible talent from India coming here to get education. Now, when they look at it and say, there's no chance I'm going to get an H-1B, why bother? I'd rather go to Australia. I'd rather go to Europe.
Yes.
Then you change that as well. So I think this immigration thing affects lots of dimensions we don't normally think about. For my hope on this is that if Harris is elected and can resuscitate a common sense bipartisan border security bill, it might tamper some of the worst excesses of the anti-immigration rhetoric and create space for some opportunities to have other conversations.
Kapil wanted to come in on that. Did you want to speak on that?
Yeah, because I think some of the challenges that we have even with legal immigration in the United States is job opportunities. The question I would ask is what kind of jobs are available for people that are coming on H-1Bs or even L-1s? And I think that's why the Department of Labor, even under a Biden administration, has been very restrictive on L-1 visas because labor is concerned about jobs. I think that the United States is not creating jobs as fast as it could. And either administration, both Trump or Harris, are going to want to make sure that those jobs are available for Americans. That's the reality. Job issues are the same thing in India as well.
They need to prioritize giving it to American citizens.
Well, you're seeing some of the biggest tech companies in the United States laying off thousands of people. And then those people are going to have to look for jobs as well. And they're going to look to other tech companies. So in essence, by letting more and more people come in on legal immigration, you're forcing Americans to compete with them for those open job slots. So that's why it's a much more political, I think, than people appreciate.
Just to tell viewers an interesting statistic, which is that the last month US added 12,000 jobs. Of course, it was an anomaly because there were hurricanes and strikes and so on and so forth. But 12,000, a number against an expectation of 1 lakh jobs. In the context of what we are talking, which is that it comes down to creating employment opportunities. How do you see the immigration potential for reform, but at the same time, how do you see any administration tackling what is clearly now probably the biggest political issue right now?
You know, I think the jobs part of this really is critical, and here we can maybe pull in other threads from this conversation. So on the tech cooperation side, on the defense cooperation side, I think both sides need to think creatively about the ways that this is very much not just a one-way street anymore, right? There are companies in India that are creating massive job opportunities for people here in the U.S. And that used to be, we think about, H-1Bs as coming over to the U.S. and taking advantage of those work opportunities, but finding the stories to tell of the opposite side of those opportunities, and the way that Indian businesses and entrepreneurs are contributing to the U.S. economy. Even if that's not directly related to the immigration question, to the other points that have been made, so much of this is a question of narrative, and showing how both sides truly are benefiting from these ties that are being built. So even as we work on the nitty-gritty political questions of immigration, which are hugely complicated, even though I think we have seen some common sense areas where both sides can come together, it's also how we tell our stories, and looking for those opportunities to make clear to the average American voter what benefits the U.S. is deriving from this relationship.
Sure. I want to now come to the China aspect of this equation, and then, of course, W, which is wars. Actually, the two C's, China and conflict. So first, as far as the India-China relationship, Safia, there's been a bit of a thaw. I wouldn't say going back to the earlier days, because the trust factor takes time, but there's most certainly been a thaw. And the one thing that in the last 4 years that the conflict took place, there were many who felt in the Indian strategic and security establishment that America has been very particular about seeking India's engagement when it comes to the Indo-Pacific and the Quad. But India's primary challenge with China lies on the land borders. And after 4 years, we did the disengagement on our own terms, but on our own terms, alone, Amidst a global push to address the China challenge, India's concerns were sort of isolated in that sense. The question I'm asking you is that how do you see the India-China relationship in the context of the next American president coming in? Because that will have a ramification on the triangle, so to say, the U.S.-China.
Sure. Obviously, I think both the U.S. and India, they have a common foe, right? And they're using that sort of common foe of deterring China and using that deterrence against China and using it to their sort of advantage, right? And so the U.S. is looking at it from how do we look at competition with China, and obviously India's position on China relates to their border issues. But at the end of the day, there's the same tools of the trade that are being used are economic tariffs, for example. India is deploying the same sort of economic tariffs and trade restrictions that the U.S. is using against China. And so it's a very similar playbook. And I think both administrations, whether it's a Trump or a Harris administration, are going to deploy a similar playbook against China. They're going to use and increase tariffs when it comes to
even with the Harris administration. You think so?
They've kept many of the same tariffs that the Trump administration implemented, and they've maintained those tariffs. It's very difficult to sort of take those sorts of tariffs away. And so while they may not be increased, I do think you're going to see increased scrutiny on certain technology in the U.S.-China corridor. I do think whether it's a Trump administration, you're going to see increased rhetoric, increased tariffs, and increased sort of competition in that way. But I do think the Harris administration is going to keep the pressure on. For example, in Congress, there is the China committee that looks at the competition between the U.S. and China and looks at the Chinese Communist Party. That committee will not go away regardless of who wins. That committee will remain in place. So you're going to see that continued sort of focus and scrutiny on when the U.S.-China corridor, and I think it's going to continue. And the U.S. will rely on India in that same space as well to sort of use those economic tools when it comes to tariffs and whatnot against China.
Right. Dhruva, you want to come in on this aspect about India, China, and America?
I look at it differently. India has a very wide range of issues with China, one of which has been, I wouldn't even say resolved, but there has been a thaw, which is on the border. But there still are concerns about China's influence in the broader region, including in the maritime sphere, about China's trade practices and overcapacity, and this has direct implications for Indian jobs and welfare. On China's obstinacy at multilateral forums, particularly including the UN Security Council. So I think there are a broader range of issues, but there has been a welcome thaw on the border, obviously, that has been negotiated. Now, the US has its own wide range of issues, and there will be some convergence, continuing convergence. I think the question is less on the security front. Because again, some of that cooperation will continue regardless. And as you mentioned, I think on at least on the land boundary, there isn't an expectation on the Indian side for a US involvement or US help. I think the bigger question going forward is what happens on the economic front between India and China, and whether, and forget about the US for a second, although the US will play a big role, and US economic policy and trade policy will play a big role, the question of what will India be willing to countenance when it comes to a new kind of economic engagement with China. And really, I think the central question will be, is China able and willing to reorient aspects of its economy to make it a more balanced economic and trade relationship with India and with other countries? And that's a big ask. And as of now, there isn't really a sign that that is in play. Although, again, let us see what happens in the next few months and whether there are adjustments on the Chinese side.
Sure. There are two wars that are currently on, and both the presidential candidates have different formula to end it. In both these wars, India is a direct affected party. They've been asked to mediate in one. They've tried, and in the second, of course, it directly impacts India's traditional relationships in the West Asia region. In the context of that, and that's a question I asked the panel, which is that how do you see these geopolitical concerns that both India and US have changing in the next 4 years? Do you see, I mean, there have been some comments that have been made that Trump says that he would end the war in one day. There have also been comments that have been made by both the candidates that they will ensure that they continue to support Israel for as long as possible. In the context of that, how do you see these wars being handled by the next president, and how much of a role do you see India in that?
I think we do have to separate the two conflicts, well, because they really have very different implications.
Yeah.
So on West Asia, by which we mean, of course, Israel and Gaza.
You take West Asia, I'll ask some of the others on Russia.
Right, on Israel and Gaza, I think what you're going to have is mounting pressure on a Harris presidency and arguably on a Trump presidency as well to find a way to put immense pressure on Israel. What we're witnessing right now in live time is an ethnic cleansing of Gaza by Israel. Haaretz, a leading newspaper in Israel, called it ethnic cleansing. The United Nations is saying we're witnessing a genocide.
Sure. Yeah.
So the pressure from the globe is going to become higher and higher. But traditional support to Israel as a long-time partner of the United States, a military asset, a fellow democracy, and with a large, important Jewish-American diaspora that also believes very firmly in that special relationship, that doesn't change.
Indeed. And with that, I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you so much, all of you. It's been a fascinating conversation. On the eve of election, the sun has set here in Washington, D.C. Tomorrow morning, let's see what really happens. When the sun rises, whose fate rises? Whether it will be Kamala Harris, who will go down in history books, or will it be Donald Trump? Either way, the India-US relationship, its priorities, its strategic calculations is the key focus. Thank you so much.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
So it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that'll help you move with the tide.
An unmissable show.
If you want to be in the money.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephalogist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani, exclusively on the NDTV network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
So it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that'll help you move with the tide.
An unmissable show.
If you want to be in the money.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Hello and welcome. The moment millions have been waiting for, well, that's finally over here. The big US polls are open. Voting has started for the 2024 US election. Across the nation, from the bustling streets of New York to the serene landscapes of Alaska, voters are stepping up to decide their future. Will the echoes of change resonate this year, or will we see the status quo hold its ground? The air is thick with anticipation as candidates from both sides of the aisle, the Trump camp and the Harris camp, they've left no stone unturned in their quest for your vote, for the American vote. Every ballot cast today shapes not just the next 4 years around the world. Will it be a landslide or a nail-biter? Where will the American voter go? Only time will tell. We talk about this being an exceptionally close election. Now let me explain why. This is what the latest polls have actually indicated. So let's bring up that graphic on the screen. So in terms of what the polls actually show, and we've got it over here, 50% are saying, this is the latest Ipsos poll, that 50% are saying that Kamala Harris is likely to win the election. Donald Trump is likely to lose the election. But it is extremely close. It's just 2%. This is all well within the margin of error, as it were. But what we'd like to do at this stage is also take a quick look at the headlines at this hour. So the election day drama begins. It's all unfolding now. Polls have opened across states as voters face high-stakes decisions. We'll be bringing you all the very latest on this. Well, here's where both the candidates will be today. Trump is expected to be at Florida's Mar-a-Lago, and Kamala Harris will be in Washington, D.C., with plans to celebrate election night at Howard University.
Our day in the most consequential election of our lifetime, and the momentum is on our side.
The ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it. We win.
What? The presidential candidates make their final campaign push hours before the polls open. Harris winds up her campaign in Philadelphia as Trump delivers his final speech in Michigan. It's all down to the wire. The latest opinion polls give Harris a marginal lead over Trump nationally. The gap between candidates remain within the margin of error in all 7 swing states. So the swing states may very well hold the key to the White House as the race enters the final few hours. Both candidates remain neck and neck across these crucial states. It's all down to the voters. The US braces for unrest on election day. The National Guard has been or will be activated in 19 states to help maintain peace as the world's oldest democracy goes to polls. The voting has started. We've got our team of NDTV reporters on the ground. Alistair D'Souza joins us from Virginia. Jessica Stone joins us from Virginia as well. Gauri Dwivedi is in Washington and will be with us soon. Jennifer Glass in Florida. And Huma Iqbal joins us from Texas. Also, Natasha Hisrani from Philadelphia. Philadelphia is so very important for these elections. But as voting gets underway, all eyes are on the crucial 7 swing states in these elections that could very well determine the outcome of these elections. From Florida to Pennsylvania, these battlegrounds are teetering on a knife's edge with every vote carrying monumental weight. Will familiar faces emerge victorious, or will we see upsets? Who will be able to sway the majority of 93 electoral votes up for grabs in these 7 states? Well, the stakes couldn't be higher. So let's have that map up, if we can, of all of the US states. And let me just explain to our viewers what it is that we are looking at over here. Now, this is absolutely crucial because what we are looking at are the 19 electoral votes in the swing states. But let's go back to the previous screen, if we can, so that we can take a look at the overall US map. Now, what we are seeing, and it's important to explain this, all of the states which are marked in blue are Democrat states typically. In the past, these are states where the Democrats have done extremely well. all of the states which are marked red, right, are Republican states. And these are also states where typically the Republicans have done well in the past. Will there be any surprises in any of these? That's a larger story. But what we are really focusing on are all of the states over here. These are swing states. They are marked in this yellow color over here. There are a key number of swing states which could actually define where these elections actually are going, because the candidates, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, have been focusing extensively on these states, which could in fact end up going either way. But let me explain this a little bit more, because in the context of the US elections, these are very important. Remember, this is a winner-takes-all system. So each state has a certain number of electoral seats. So in the case of California, the largest number at 54. As an example, Texas has got 40. So whoever wins the largest percentage of votes actually gets the entire amount of electoral seats into their kitty. So the target is 270. So whoever in the case of California has the largest percentage of votes will end up winning 54, right, electoral seats. Those all add up. The magic mark that all the parties are looking for is 270. Now, in the context of these elections, the sense is that red is going to remain red, blue is going to remain blue. What is going to happen as far as the swing states are concerned? That's where the battle is really taking place. So let's bring you a few details on, for example, Pennsylvania. And let's bring you some, some important points on Pennsylvania itself. 19 electoral votes which are there in the state of Pennsylvania. So let's actually just give you a few more details on this. Now, it's been a blue state since 1992. But it's important for a couple of important reasons, and I'm going to try and tell you what those reasons actually are. It has flipped 116, but that's not where it's actually expected to be this time around. So in terms of Philadelphia, what we are looking for is this. Now, it is particularly important in the context of the US elections, particularly this time around. Why? Because of electoral votes. As I mentioned, 19 electoral votes make it one of the states with the highest number of electoral votes among swing states. This count is significant in the race to 270. There are important historical voting patterns over here. The state has a history of predicting the national winner with an 80% success rate, indicating that it has a bellwether status. It's also part of the blue wall alongside Michigan, Wisconsin, which are traditionally Democrat-leaning states that Trump won in 2016, where he broke this trend. So there's also a great deal of demographic diversity in Pennsylvania. So where Pennsylvania actually votes might have an important sort of bearing as where these elections are going. Let's bring you another state now, which is the state of Georgia, which is another absolutely key state. It's a swing state. There are 16 electoral votes up for grabs over here. What are some of the key issues in Georgia? Let's bring those up in our graphic points. The key issues over here are for Donald Trump. He faces allegations of poll interference over here. So that's something which he's going to have to fight off. There are 6 lakh Asian Americans. Indian Americans are the largest group in this particular state. The key issues are of immigration, healthcare, and housing costs. So that's an important state over there. And let's just take a look at one more state. And there are 7 swing states, but for the moment we'll just focus on 3. This is Arizona with 11 electoral votes. Absolutely critical once again. Which way will Arizona go? What are the key issues over here? Remember, the border with Mexico, which it shares, is important. It is a key issue as far as these elections are concerned. There are 3.5 lakh Asian American residents over here. So from an Indian standpoint, that's something that we'll be looking at. Now, what has Donald Trump been promising? He's been promising mass deportations if he is re-elected as president of the United States. So that's something that we're going to actually look very, very closely at in terms of a swing state. Well, let's just go across now to our correspondents on the ground. Let's go across to Alistair D'Souza, who joins us from Virginia. Thanks very much, Alistair, for being with us. Give us a sense of the excitement all around you now, people coming out to vote. Are people relieved that it's all over, that they can finally see the end of this election, or what is the sense that you're getting?
Certainly people hoping that they'll know by tonight, though that might certainly not be the case unless it's a landslide. We really might not know by the end of tonight, midnight, who's that winner. It might take days. But yes, there is a sense of relief that this is finally over. Hopefully no more of those constant headlines that they have to deal with from either side. But as far as voting goes today, I'm at Arlington, Virginia, which is on the East Coast. Let me show you the parking lot over here right now. It's pretty full now. Voting opened a little while ago, about an hour or so more ago. You can see a lot of cars pulled up here, a steady stream of voters coming through, although, as we've been telling our viewers, that a lot of people have voted in early voting, people voting right here, going through there, which is actually a school. You can see some of the volunteers. Hello! Hey, some of the volunteers there, hoping to change people's minds, perhaps, at the last moment. Lots of signage here. You can see that, yeah, we've been talking a lot about Kamala Harris and Trump, but in this election, people also vote for local officials, whether it's the school board and, of course, their congressmen, as far as the U.S. Congress goes as well. So those signage, much of that signage here. And let me draw your attention, Vishnu, to this sign here, which says Trump, low prices, Kamala, high prices 2024. And this is one of the key issues for a lot of voters. They say that they're absolutely exhausted and fed up of higher prices and inflation, although inflation has actually been on a decline here in the United States.
All right, let me go across to Natasha, who joins us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Natasha, thanks very much for being with us. Can you give us a sense of the importance of Philadelphia, of Pennsylvania in these elections? How are both Republicans and Democrats looking so closely at it?
State a major prize with those 19 electoral college votes, and this is the state where both the candidates spent so much of time on that last day between Allentown and Pittsburgh and Scranton and Philadelphia, which is where Kamala Harris ended her rally. And so now we are joined the morning of elections. The polling booths just opened exactly about 12 minutes ago at 7 a.m. Eastern. And anybody in line till 8 p.m. Eastern is going to be allowed to vote. Now we are joined by a voter who just finished voting. He's fresh out of the polling booths. Tell us, who did you vote for and why?
Kamala Harris, because a woman, right? I like character, and her character is pretty strong. Like that, how she likes to bring people together. Basically, I like she takes care of.
No, we have spent some time in Philadelphia, and we've also talked to people who are in Philadelphia, which is majorly a blue city. We still have heard a lot of Republican voices who are concerned about inflation and the economy, including young men who are concerned about the rising costs in the grocery store even, or the fact that they can't afford to buy a house. So what do you feel about those issues? Because on that issue, we do hear that some people feel that Trump might be stronger.
For my purposes, kind of great, even when it works, kind of whatever it's all about buying, the lifestyle. So for my purposes, so whether the economy goes up, down, left, or right, just make it work. So for my purposes, figure it out, make it work, regardless of whatever political party you're doing. But for my purposes, I think the economy is good. I think it's going to get better. It's all about the people and just working toward just making the world a better place. So for my purposes, even though the economy might be, in people's opinions, like struggling at the moment, I think if everybody works together, we can all build it to make it the ideal place that you want it to be.
What are you hearing also from your friends here in Philadelphia and the mood overall? There's a lot of uncertainty this time around the elections and the aftermath of the elections. How are you all feeling?
My purposes, I just like that people, I really don't like that people are hating. They're like this divisiveness. I don't like those tactics. I don't like the anger. I like people who actually think logically. I like the policies where I can see that logically makes sense. I'm a pretty scientific, logical person. So regardless of whatever you say, it's more about character, value. If I can trust you, trustworthy candidate, and you're doing what you can, I want to feel that. But I'm not really into anger, fighting, character issues like that. Like I said, if I don't feel like you're a comfortable person I would like to be around,
So you feel comfortable around?
I feel comfortable around the character like Kamala, just because she sounds like she's a person I could work with. I could actually talk to. But she doesn't sound like she's angry.
So there we have a voter fresh out of the polls who's saying that he is going to go for Kamala Harris also because he trusts her character more. And on the other side, we've talked to, including an Uber driver yesterday, who said that he trusted Donald Trump more with his issues. So this state, Pennsylvania, is going to be a key deciding factor. And it's really a close call. Joe Biden won this over Trump in 2020, and in 2016, Trump won it over Hillary Clinton by a very small margin. So really a toss-up, and with that, it's back to you in the studio.
All right, let's go straight across to Jessica Stone. Thanks, Jessica, very much for being with us. Give us a sense of the excitement around you, people coming out to vote. Is there a pretty high voter turnout already, or what are you seeing in terms of trends?
Well, here at VOA, we do track all of that, and we've been here since 3 a.m. local time. It's now 7 a.m. Local time, so people have had a chance to begin voting for about an hour after the polls opened, and we've seen probably about 100 and 130 people go through those doors behind me. There are still some of them waiting in line. There was a group of 60 or so lined up right when those doors opened to surge in and begin the voting process. But Virginia is not a toss-up state. As your last reporter was talking about Pennsylvania being a toss-up state, Virginia is polling at about 6 points ahead for Harris over Trump. And we have seen a number of people, including myself, I'm a resident of Virginia, get to vote early. So the outpouring of early voters also a factor in this election.
All right, Jessica, thanks very much for being with us. We're going to take a short break at this stage and come back with the very latest. The big countdown to the US elections has begun. We're going to be bringing you all the latest with our reporters on the ground, also deep analysis with a lot of data on what's happening in the United States. Time now for this short break.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Well, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephalogist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani, exclusively on the NDTV network.
Welcome back. Let's just continue to bring you the very latest as far as the US election process is concerned. And in a winner-takes-all system, I think what we can try and do is give you an idea of what winner-takes-all means in the context of these elections. Let's explain how the entire system works. It's the battle for the President of the United States, who's going to be in the White House. Let's go to the next page and go through these really quickly. Who's going to be the next president? Is it going to be a man or a woman? Kamala Harris, if she wins, would be the first woman president of the US. The voting is now taking place. A large number of people are out, and all of them want as many people as possible out there. In the context of a close election, every single vote is all very, very important. But let's actually give you an idea by going to the next page on explaining how the Electoral College system actually works. Now, we'd explained this a little while earlier on, but I can explain it once again. The blue states over here, and there's a number underneath all of them. There are the red states, which are Republican, blue states, which are Democrat, and there are the 7 swing states, or the battleground states, which are absolutely incredible. So how exactly does the winner-take-all system actually work? So let's just explain. Now, give you an example of the state of California, which is over there. Now, if we actually look at the state of California, make up a scenario over here. If candidate 1, which is the Democrat candidate because it's blue, wins 51% of the vote, then all 54 seats actually go to that candidate, the Democrat, and the entire state actually ends up with the candidate over there. If we take a look at the state of Texas with 40 seats, and let's just hypothetically suggest that candidate 2 ends up winning 51% of the vote, then all 40 seats from the state of Texas end up going to candidate 2. But what is important to understand, and if let's just go across to the next point, is that in the United States, the deciding factor are electoral votes. I mean, you can refer to them as seats to keep it simple, but each of the numbers, for example, in the case of Texas, 40, California, 54, those are electoral votes. The magic mark is 270. Electoral votes do not translate into the popular vote necessarily. In fact, in the recent past, there have been elections when the popular vote has been quite different from what the electoral votes have been. So that's important to actually keep in mind. Let's just go across to Jessica Stone once again. Jessica, let me just come quickly across to you and give us a sense, Jessica, about the rhetoric that we've actually seen in the last 24 hours or so. We do know that Donald Trump has really been hitting out at Kamala Harris. He's been doing that consistently. Have we seen that, throughout the last 24 hours with Trump, or has there been some easing up of tensions on his side?
Well, we've certainly seen the closing arguments from both campaigns be largely positive and forward-looking on the Harris side, and largely negative and critical on the Trump side. But keep in mind, neither of these candidates have overwhelming popularity. Both of them have historic levels of unpopularity. And in some cases, Trump's popularity is still higher than Harris's. And also keep in mind that the American people are largely voting on the economy, and they do not think that the current administration, by and large, according to an average of the polls, have done a good job with the economy. That being said, there's often a disconnect between the polling and the actual facts on the ground in terms of the health of the U.S. economy. But it is something that is historically, we have this saying, it's the economy stupid, which came about from one of the advisors on the Clinton campaign, Bill Clinton's campaign years ago. And it really does give us a sense of how most Americans will vote around the country. We saw Harris made a lot of arguments on reproductive health and reproductive rights. That is also a very important issue in this campaign, but so is immigration, and that is where Trump leads Harris in the polling, an area that she has tried to close the gap in. Here in the state of Virginia, As I've said, she is leading Trump by 6 points ahead, but these critical swing states, they will be where this election is decided. And you talked about the colors on your map, the blues, the reds. These are essentially purple states that have only had a 3-point differential between winners and losers over the last few campaigns. Remember, it was just about 40,000 votes that could have swung the last election cycle. It swung it in favor of Biden. It could also swing it in favor of Trump if it goes a different way this time. Back to you.
All right. Well, we're going to go straight across to NDTV's Sam Daniel. Remember, Kamala Harris has a very strong India connect. Sam is he's in Tamil Nadu in the village where Kamala Harris has her ancestral roots. Give us a sense of the excitement over there, Sam.
Vishnu, we come to you from Tulasendrapuram village, the ancestral village of Kamala Harris's grandfather Gopalan, who had a tremendous impact on Kamala Harris. This poster tells everything. It summarizes the mood here. It takes pride on Kamala Harris's candidacy for presidential election, calling her as the daughter of the soil of this place. And this temple where we are outside, in fact, had special pujas over the last 1 week. In fact, a special puja was held this afternoon, praying for her victory. And with me, Sudhakar, thank you very much for your time. Kamala has not come to this village. You have not seen her. But what's the connect that makes people here so fond of her?
No, actually, we feel one of our family members because of she's from our Indian origin only. So that's why we are their forefathers, ancestors. They are lived with us.
How important for a woman candidate in the U.S. setting a kind of a history there, becoming the first woman president?
Very happy because we are all insisting a woman empowerment in entire Tamil Nadu and India also. So if she gets selected, no, so it will be fine. What
will happen tomorrow?
Tomorrow definitely she will win. She will win. We are inside heart. I am telling you, definitely she will win. It will be a beneficiary for our country.
There will be an Annadanam. You'll serve food. You'll serve idli. Kamala's favorite, is it?
Yes. The victory's function you could have seen. You will see. They will serve idli dosa, which she likes. Kamala Harris likes.
Thank you very much. So Vishnu, thousands of miles away from the US, they have a kind of an inexplicable connect with Kamala Harris, and they're all rooting for her victory. They're all keeping close track of the election process, and tomorrow they hope they'll be able to celebrate her victory.
All right, Sam, thanks very much. Well, we're going to take a short break at this stage, come back with the very latest. It is very, very early right now, but people are out in the United States voting. We'll try and pick up on what exit polls say later on. That'll take some time. By about 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, we'll get a clearer sense of where these elections are headed. But there is some deep analysis which we've got planned for you. We've got wonderful guests from the United States coming up. Do stay tuned for a lot more.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the long street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephologist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani exclusively on the NDTV network.
Welcome back. Exciting times in the United States. People are out voting. At about 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow, we'll get an idea of where these elections are headed. And if we don't, then it's going to really be going down to the wire. That's a very strong possibility. The headlines at this hour: Harris and Trump tie with 3 votes each in New Hampshire's Dixville Notch Township. Just a township, let's not get excited. It kicked off Election Day as one of the first places in the country to report its presidential preference. Some key battleground states are being hit by a strong cold front that's bringing heavy rainfall and severe storms. Wisconsin looks to be having the worst weather. Well, the big focal point, certainly for us in India, and I would suggest in the United States as well, is where the Indian-American vote will actually go. The Indian-American community in the United States is one of the most influential. They have a growing presence in the U.S. electoral system and the electoral process as well. Let's take a look at what some of their key expectations are.
The United States is often called a nation of immigrants because it has the largest immigrant population in the world. Out of all immigrant groups in the country, Indian Americans are now the second largest, making them an important part of the presidential election process. The community has mostly favored the Democratic Party. According to a survey released by the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in YouGov, 61% of registered Indian American voters plan to vote for Kamala Harris, and 31% intend to cast a ballot for Trump. Indian Americans have emerged as an important political actor thanks to the community's rapid demographic growth, the close margins in modern presidential elections, and the diaspora's remarkable professional success, according to the survey. So how can Indian Americans impact the US elections? Out of the more than 5 million Indian Americans present in the country, over 2.5 million are eligible to vote. It is the most politically active group among Asian Americans. To put it into perspective, Joe Biden defeated Trump by a margin of just over 12,000 votes in Georgia in 2020, making each vote valuable. Though Indian diaspora comprises a small share of overall electorate, both the parties have actively wooed Indian American voters. In a campaign advertisement, Harris explicitly invoked her mother as a brilliant brown woman with an accent. The Republican campaign has also turned the spotlight on the community due to the Indian roots of Usha Vance, the wife of Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance. Indian Americans have been thrust into the limelight owing to the possibility that for the first time in the US's history, a candidate of Indian heritage could have the top job in the nation. The latest poll also shows a modest drift towards Trump and Republicans. The poll says the drift is driven by Indian American men, particularly younger men born in the US.
Thank you everyone.
A survey done earlier has said that the number of Indians who identify as Democrats slipped from 54% in 2020 to 47%. In the same time frame, those who identify as Republicans rose from 16% to 21%, further solidifying the notion that both parties look at this community with hope. Vishal Vivek for NDTV World.
Well, let's just go straight across to Natasha Estrani, who joins us from Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. Thanks very much for being with us, Natasha. Let me, in fact, ask you this. Why, in the context of these elections, and we've got you on the screen, is Philadelphia particularly important? As a swing state, obviously, it is critical. Could you tell us about some of the key factors in the minds of voters here?
Absolutely, Vishnu. Let me just correct you there. Philadelphia is the name of the city, the largest city in Pennsylvania. And I think what you meant to say was, why is Pennsylvania such a big state? The PA can get a little confusing. But the reason Pennsylvania is so important, of course, one of the most obvious things is the number, 19 electoral college votes. And the other reason is that there are so many different issues at play. They are not just big cities in this huge state. They're huge rural areas. There's the issue of fracking. Donald Trump is always saying, drill, baby, drill. There are people who want to frack and extract natural resources. And on the Democratic side, they are more conservative when it comes to extracting those resources, and they want to be more careful about fracking. Then economy, jobs, manufacturing. In some of the other centers, in cities like Philadelphia, softer jobs, a huge population, a major center. And then we have the suburban areas, which is again a huge factor here, because what we are seeing in the suburbs is there may be families where the husband is voting for Trump and the wife, who traditionally has voted for Trump, in this election is not. Is choosing to go for Kamala Harris over reproductive rights and over the overturning of Roe versus Wade. There's a lot of concern about that. So there are a slew of factors making the state really crucial and a toss-up. And this is the reason why both sides of the campaign have been so aggressively campaigning here right till the end. Also, if you look at the previous two rounds of US presidential elections, in 2016, we had Donald Trump winning this over Hillary Clinton by a 0.5% margin, extremely small. Actually, about a 1% margin, I misspoke there. And in the next round of election, which was 2020, Biden won by about 0.5% over Donald Trump. So you can see that when they start doing those calculations towards the 270 electoral college votes, they talked about having different paths to success, both the Republicans and the Democrats. And this state, which is part of the blue wall, which includes also Michigan and Wisconsin, becomes really key. And that's why all this attention was paid here. In fact, the last day of her rallying, Vice President Kamala Harris spent the entire day in the state, while Donald Trump still also went to Michigan and other places apart from Pennsylvania. And their rallies were in the same towns, just a little apart from each other in timing when it came to Pittsburgh, Allentown. And Kamala Harris started, of course, in Scranton, which is also where President Joe Biden is closely associated with, which is blue-collar working class.
All right, let me just come back to you in half a moment, but let me go across to Rick Mehta. He's with the Republicans. Mr. Mehta, thanks very much for being with us. If you see some of the election rhetoric of Donald Trump in the last 24, 48 hours, it's been as aggressive as usual. Kamala Harris has been muted in contrast. Do you believe that this aggressive approach right in the end of this election campaign will work in Trump's favor?
You know, it's going to work to fire up his base. I think his base is looking for that authentic Trump that we know and that we're used to, the ones that you see at his rallies consistently. And because right now the Trump campaign, they know that they have the upper hand when it comes to low probability of when voters that don't normally participate in elections, low propensity voters, they're going to be turning out big time. That's what they're counting on. And so they think that the polls are probably wrong. They don't think that the race is currently tied. They think that once you have low propensity voters, that those that don't normally participate in elections, they're the ones that are getting fired up and kind of glued to this election, watching with close eyes, and the ones that they're going to drive out to the polls. Remember, Republicans turn out on the day of the elections, whereas Democrats generally participate in greater numbers through mail-in voting and early voting. And so today is the day for Republicans to show up.
I mean, that's what the Republicans would definitely want. But Ipsos in their latest poll seem to suggest that Kamala Harris about 2% ahead. Do you believe, I mean, it is obviously within the margin of error, but just in terms of late momentum, some would suggest that it's with Kamala Harris. How would you respond?
Yeah, the polls are only as good as the data that comes in and the data that goes out. And we know that that data is not good data. We saw it in 2016. We saw it in 2020. In 2016, remember, President Trump was down by more than 10 points of Hillary Clinton, and we all know how that turned out. So again, it's going to come down to low propensity voters, those that don't participate in these polls and these surveys, the ones that turn up to vote on the day of. We saw historical turnout in my home state of New Jersey in 2020. When I ran for U.S. Senate, we broke records of the number of people that participated in voting. And so we know that more and more people are going to turn out today, so it's going to be very hard. It's about as predictable as the weather today. And if there's going to be a large turnout of voters that you don't normally see, then those polls are going to be very wrong.
Sanjeev Joshipura, Global Executive Director at Indiaspora, joins us at the stage. Thanks very much for being with us. You know, as we wrap up the election campaign in the United States, is it your sense that the economy is going to be perhaps the dominant theme? Or do you believe that some of the other issues, for example, the battle for democracy itself, something which Kamala Harris has spoken about, will be one of the key issues?
Thank you, Vishnu. You know, if you look at the surveys that have been done of the Indian American voter in the United States, we typically find that inflation is the top pocketbook issue that really animates people. And it's followed by things like economy overall generally and abortion rights, reproductive rights. There are other issues that rank below that, such as immigration and healthcare and crime and so on and so forth. But typically, one finds that really the election is going to be more and more decided, even among the Indian community, by pocketbook issues.
Okay. Mr. Mehta, you know, how would you respond to those who say that at the end of the day, the campaign which Trump ran has been a negative campaign, and in terms of what America needs, it isn't something that comes from a negative campaign? For example, personal attacks, fear-mongering, revisiting past controversies, polarization, the use of misinformation. I could go on. I mean, these are allegations you've heard about many times before. How would you respond to those who say that Trump's campaign has been characterized as being negative? Can he win an election on that, on the back of that?
Yeah. So I don't need to characterize that. I think what we need to focus on is the things that are affecting the everyday Americans. If they are unable to afford the cost of goods, kitchen table issues, if they're concerned about what's happening to their children in the schools, if they can't afford gas and and labor costs are going high, inflation rates are skyrocketing, and the Inflation Reduction Act that the Biden-Harris administration has touted as a success has actually increased inflation, has chilled innovation, and many of our industries and sectors continue to be effective, which are affecting hardworking Americans every single day, where you see layoffs across the board and high unemployment rates, especially among the minority blocs. I don't need to say anything. The country is in a negative downward spiral, and we want someone that can lift us up. Now, President Trump has a track record. He did it. He kept interest rates low. He kept inflation low. And look what happened under the Biden-Harris administration. Vice President Harris also has a track record, and she has driven the economy into the negative state that it is. And so in terms of whether or not he's going to win on rhetoric, sure, every campaign has extremist talking points as we go down. Vice President Harris is accused of the same thing as President Trump is. But the bottom line is those that are coming today to vote care about the economy and they care about putting food on the table and being able to afford things because Christmas is coming up and people care about what's going to happen to their families. And that is where Trump has the upper hand than Vice President Harris.
All right, well, we'll see what finally goes down. We're going to take a short break at this stage, come back with the very latest voting underway now in the United States of America. It is a historic election this time around. Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, and it is being seen to be going right down to the wire. We'll continue to explain why. That's up next.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephalogist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani, exclusively on the NDTV network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Well, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Welcome back. We continue to track the US elections. We will be for many, many hours, but there's an India Connect which we always want to return to on this network. Ambassador Ashok Sajjanar with us. Thanks very much for being with us. What do these elections mean for us here in India in terms of foreign policy, in terms of America's outreach to India and vice versa? Does it really make a difference who's in power?
Well, it does make a difference in terms of the individual who's there, because we've seen, of course, as far as the general development of relations between India and the United States is concerned, particularly over the last 24 years, I think we've seen a very significant upward trend. That upward trend over the last 10 years has been particularly remarkable. And we've seen 3 presidents during that: Barack Obama first for the first 2.5 years, then Donald Trump for 4 years, and now Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So by and large, there seems to be a bilateral consensus, both in India as well as in the United States, that these are important relationships, this US and India. and it needs to be nurtured, it needs to be taken forward, and it needs to be expanded. So I think whoever comes, but of course there'll be specificities, both of style as well as of substance. So I think that is what we are, watching very carefully, like the whole world is watching very carefully. Because
but isn't it fascinating, Ambassador, that we've got Kamala Harris over there on the screen, somebody with an Indian background. We've got somebody like Vivek Ramaswamy in the United States and so many others. You've got a Samosa caucus in the United States. Indian Americans are doing so phenomenally well politically in the American sort of process. Is that not something which is new, relatively speaking, and just an indicator of how strong the community has really begun?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I think, as far as economically, Indian communities are strong in many parts of the world. But politically, for them to be so influential, I think that is quite remarkable. And I recall my own time in the US when I was there. And at that time, economically, they were doing well. But politically, they have started coming out. Now you have Kamala Harris here. Also, on the Republican side, you have an Indian imprint. And there are a large number of congressmen and also governors who are there. So yes, political influence is also growing, and of course their economic prosperity is there, and their contributions to the different parties whenever the elections take place. I think that is also very well welcomed, and in that context they are co-opted, they are reached out to in a very proactive manner.
If we look at the entire issue of trade between India and the United States, some would suggest that if Trump comes back into power, then on the entire issue of trade and disputes over trade, Trump would really try and push home an American advantage. That's something we fought off in the past. Do you foresee something like that happening if Trump were to come to power?
Yes, I think trade is going to be a very significant issue if Trump were to come back to power. But then we also see, what he's been threatening to do. Of course, it is a moot point whether, he will carry out those threats completely. For instance, if he says that I'm going to impose 60% import duties on goods coming in from China, and if that is the case, and if Chinese products are not allowed to get to the US market, I think that would be advantage for India, because we could have some manufacturing, some investments coming India way, and we could benefit. But otherwise, as far as the positive trade balance, the trade surplus that India has with the United States, it is quite minimal, in fact. India is about the 11th or the 12th largest trade surplus. There are so many other countries ahead of us, of course, led by China, and then others like Mexico, Vietnam, many countries in Europe also. So I think there is a room for having a dialogue with the Trump team as and when, if that were to come about.
Do you believe that irrespective of whether it's Trump or Harris, China will be their primary foreign policy focus? And therefore, there is that natural convergence between India and our concerns over China and what America perceives in the Asia-Pacific region?
Let me put this in two ways, two comments here. Number one, yes, it was Donald Trump who really reinvigorated the Quad in November 2017. Yeah. Quad had been sort of, quite in the background and was not really active. From 2007 till 2017. And we saw the whole concept of Indo-Pacific and the Quad coming to light in life in 2017. But it was really Joe Biden who, when he became the president, he came up with the first summit, the first virtual summit within 2 months of his presidency, and then the first in-person summit in September of 2021. And now we've had, over the last 3 odd years, we've had 6 summits. So that has all been focused on China. So I would imagine that whether it is Trump or it is Kamala Harris who takes forward the policies of Joe Biden, I think China is going to be there. But that having been said, let me also make this point that India-US partnership, strategic partnership, is not limited only to China. China is an important element. China is a component. Just to give you an example, as I said, our upward trend in terms of the bilateral ties started in 2000. China was identified as a systemic threat by the Americans in 2017 in the National Security Strategy. From 2000 to 2017, even the United States was very happy to work with China. You would recall that when Barack Obama visited China in 2009, first year of becoming the president, there was talk of G2 as to how the two countries could really manage. So they were going very well, doing very well with China. There was also talk of Chinmerica, earlier. Right. So China was not all that much of a factor in terms of the stronger, closer ties between India and the United States. So today, it is defense, it is technology, it is manufacturing, it is so many things in addition to China. China is one of the elements.
Okay. Let's go across to Sanjay Muralidharan, National Vice President of the College of Democrats of America. Sanjay, thanks very much for being with us. In your mind, are there any last-second issues, right, which have crept up in, let's say, the last 48 hours, which actually might impact, number one, voter turnout, and number two, which way voters might vote?
Well, I think that most of the issues are largely set in stone. We're looking at an election where the primary issues are in regards to the economy, as well as just the stability of our democracy as a whole, immigration and abortion. And I think across the board on these issues, Kamala Harris far overperforms Donald Trump, especially when it comes to the Indian American community. Indian Americans are a predominantly upper middle class community. We're actually the wealthiest minority group within the United States. And when we're looking into policies that impact us, we're looking to see what's going to grant the middle class the best upper hand, right? And if you're looking at both Trump versus Harris, Trump is someone who wants to impose unilateral tariffs that are estimated to cause up to a boost of $4,000 in annual expenditures for everyday middle-class families, whereas Kamala Harris herself has committed not to raising taxes for the middle class. On the issue of abortion, Kamala Harris has been an equivocal supporter of a woman's right to choose, ensuring that every Americans of all ages have the access to the essential care that is reproductive rights, whereas Donald Trump was the literal architect of the end of Roe v. Wade. So I think largely the issues in this election are pretty set in stone, and across the board, Kamala Harris is the best candidate.
All right. Thanks very much for being with us, Sanjay and Ambassador Sajna. We need to take a short break at this stage. Come back with the Daily List.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephalogist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani, exclusively on the NDTV network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
Welcome back to our continuous rolling coverage here on NDTV World as we track down one of the most important elections. As many analysts, ladies and gentlemen, call this one of the most watched and crucial election in recent United States history. I am Ankit Tyagi. Now, as voters, it's polling day in United States, and as voters hit the polling station, the race is on, and it is a very, very tight race, right down to the wire. Will the candidate make their mark, or will it be a photo finish? Well, that's exactly what we, in fact, here on NDTV World are trying to decode. And we'll go across. As I said, NDTV World gives you a 360-degree perspective of this very important election. Our reporters are on the ground. We have the best experts lined up for the better discussion, try and understand the nuance of the United States election, because make no mistake about one bit, that whosoever becomes the president of United States, the implications are just not on USA, but it will have global implications. Will it be a landslide or a nail biter is what a lot of people this morning, in fact, in United States are talking already about. And, only time, in fact, will tell as we talk about the exceptionally close race, right down to the wire. Now, here are some latest polls. Remember, there is a lot of curiosity as far as people are concerned, and these polls have been quite tight. They predict quite a tight race. The Ipsos poll shows 50% for Kamala Harris and 48% for Donald Trump. Now, let's take a look at the latest elections headlines before we head out to our reporters in United States for the latest. Locked in a tight race, 50% for Kamala Harris and 49% for Donald Trump is what the polls are showing for the United States elections. Long lines ensue as voters arrive at North Carolina polling stations in large numbers, voting also underway in New York. Polling opens in crucial swing states of Georgia and Michigan, with voting underway in more than 20 United States states across the country. All right, before we get into more nuances, let me first very quickly go across this early morning in United States to my colleagues, those who are joining us from the ground there. We have my colleague Natasha, who's joining us from Philadelphia. Alistair D'Souza is in Virginia, polling booth. And we also, in fact, have Jennifer Glasse, who is joining us from Florida, polling booth. Very good morning. Thank you so much to all of you for being with us, Natasha. I can see some very colorful visuals around you. I mean, a family out with their kids early morning. Just take us through to what are the trends that you are picking up.
Absolutely. So we are joined by this lovely family with two very patient small kids, a toddler and a baby. And the husband actually was here when the polls opened at 7 a.m. and the wife, joined a little later. And we're going to ask them, how are they feeling on election day, November 5th, in what people call a very crucial election?
Anxious but hopeful.
Yeah, sentiment. And excited also for the
Okay, so you are in a very blue democratic city. Who did you vote for today?
Family, things for our children here in America.
Paris.
Oh, I'm going to toss it back. I believe there's some audio issue at my end, but I hope you can hear me. The family here was telling me that they voted for Kamala Harris because they think that she's going to be better on working class family issues. And they're really excited to be here and to be voting. And as we said earlier, the polls, people who are in line till 8 p.m. Eastern are allowed to vote, but the counting only starts later in Pennsylvania, one of the most crucial states in this election. And no Democrat has won the White House without winning Pennsylvania since 1948.
All right, lovely to see you with those kids there quite patiently, in fact, while even their parents were talking about that election. But Alistair, if I may come to you at this moment, you are in Virginia. Just take our viewers through how has been the enthusiasm, because there has been a lot of talk about the voter turnout. Is there enthusiasm as people come out and vote today in the United States?
Yes, Ankit, clearly a lot of people very, very enthusiastic. I'm here at Arlington, Virginia, outside a polling booth, and I can tell you there is one person who is most excited because she's voted for the very first time in this election. This is Sitara Chauhan. She moved from Pune to Alaska way back in 2007. She's waited almost 15 years to get her citizenship and finally voted. How does it feel, Sitara?
It feels overwhelming to finally have a voice, and after living here for so long and paying taxes and being part of the community and finally getting to vote. And I think this election is especially important, so I think it's really a privilege to finally get a vote.
I can hear some of that emotion in your voice. Why is that?
I'm not really sure. I think it's just been a hard journey, just in general being an immigrant, but also I think since Trump came on the scene, there's just been a lot of struggle in the country. I think the country has changed, and I think it's just kind of sad that we're at this point where, at least in my community, we're worried about the results of this election and how that's going to change the trajectory of this country. And are we going to go through something like that, what happened in 2020 with the insurrection, and just getting it'll be really good to have a sigh of relief when the election is certified.
Making me choke up listening to you there earlier. Sitara, now you have said, you were talking to me earlier, and you've studied in Alaska way back in 2007. 2007, 2008 was when Hillary Clinton first made that first presidential bid of hers. And you were telling me about how, at that point in time, you were telling your male students that she has every possibility to win, but they didn't believe you. I'm just wondering this time around, now that we have a woman on the top of the ticket here, do you think things have changed? Are we ready to see a woman become president of the United States?
I would hope that things have changed. I can't talk for internal thoughts that people have, but I will say that also Alaska was a very red state. So talking to, young men who grew up in that type of community, it was a different perspective. And I think that now living in Northern Virginia in the DC area, it's definitely a liberal bubble. So I would really hope that people have changed their thinking about what it takes to be a successful candidate to win the presidential election. But I think that Hillary running twice and Kamala running now, and I think normalizing the fact that women and women of color can run for president, I think has changed the environment.
You've got your sticker there. It says, I voted 2024. What was some of the issues that brought you to the polling booth to vote for Kamala? What's the most important, if I may ask you?
I think preserving democracy is the most important right now. I think we have to take Trump for what he says, at his word. But I think apart from that, gun control is extremely important issue for me, and I think I definitely align more with the Democrats on that. Abortion rights are also extremely important to me, to keep a woman's right to choose between her and her medical professionals, I think is super important. And another important issue is, of course, the world politics and kind of maintaining peace across the world. But also, I think in this case, I do not align with the Democrats on the current situation in Israel and Gaza. But I am still voting for them.
Thanks so much, Sitara Chauhan, there, first-time voter in this U.S. presidential cycle.
Thanks, Alistair. And that gives you a sense of the pressure that a President of the United States does have, because she was talking about a host of issues from domestic to world issues. Let me go across to Jennifer now. Good morning, Jennifer. At least it's good to see a lot of, political action behind you, electoral action. I can see a lot of boards there behind you. It's early morning, and this entire campaign has been what many would call a very aggressive campaign. How has that translated as far as the voters are concerned?
Well, here in Florida, you come to us an hour after the polls have opened here at a local library. Now, the picture would have been very different a week ago. What you say about the aggression of the campaign has brought out early voting in unbelievable numbers. More than 70 million Americans voted early. And if you had been out here a week ago, the line at this time of the morning stretched all the way out here to the street, because many, many people have already voted. We've seen a steady stream of voters here this morning today, driving in, walking in, but a lot of people cast their vote here early because it has been such a polarized election, because it has been such an emotional election, because the divides are so stark, as we've been hearing from your guests earlier, and the voter that you just spoke to in Virginia. People here, tensions are running high, emotions are running high, and everybody wants their vote. The people who are going to vote have wanted their vote to be cast.
You, Jennifer, like you were saying, a lot of people have voted early. More than 75 million Americans have already voted. How is that compared to, let's say, previous American elections?
It is much higher. Of course, 2020 was an outlier because of the pandemic. So there was a lot of early voting. There was a lot more time for early voting. But the big difference now is in 2020, then President Trump discouraged Republicans from early voting, saying it was not good. He encouraged everyone to come out on Election Day. That has changed in this cycle. In 2024, the Republicans have had a very big get out the vote in early voting. And so we have seen Republicans early voting in record numbers. That's going to change a number of things, because as we're going to find out later today, the way that votes are counted here in the United States is often uneven. The early votes can be counted last in some states, first in other states. In Pennsylvania, for example, which of course is a must-win state for both candidates, those votes didn't get started counting until today. In other states, early votes were allowed to be counted before, and so we'll see those tallies when the polls close later today. So that early voting may change the way we see results come in, but it also is a big change for the Republicans, as I said, because in 2020 they did not encourage their supporters to vote early. In this election, they have come out, and as you said, in massive numbers, over 75 million of registered voters have voted early. A lot of those Republican.
Let me, before I let you go, let me also ask you this. What are the issues, especially in Florida? What is it that people are talking about? The key issues for them that they are coming out and voting for?
Now, Florida is a reliably Republican state, and you'll see a lot of Trump signs around here. I spoke to a Trump voter yesterday who said, look, I don't care about abortion. I want somebody running the country who knows how to run a business. But abortion is a huge issue in this state. There are very strict abortion rules here, and there is actually an abortion referendum on the ballot. That is very big here in this state, as well as the economy, of course. Everybody is talking about the economy and the border and immigration. Those have been the key touch points, much like you've seen across the United States. And I think those are the issues on which this election is going to turn. But even here in Florida, of course, home state to President Trump, it is reliably Republican, but I think what everybody's watching is those other issues. And abortion could be a key here. It could tip some people the other way.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for joining us and giving us an update of what is happening in Florida. The home state for Donald Trump. It is expected after, in fact, he wrapped up his campaign. He is already back in Florida. Now, it's unlike the Indian elections, ladies and gentlemen. And in the United States, it's all about, and you'll keep hearing this phrase time and again, winner takes all. These elections are, as simple as they might initially appear. They aren't, in fact. The candidate who wins majority votes might not necessarily make it to the White House. We saw this in 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump despite securing more votes than Donald Trump. Why is it so? And, when Americans cast their votes, they are not actually voting directly for the presidential candidate. They are, in fact, choosing electors in a system known as the Electoral College. My colleague, Vishnu Shom, tells you more about this.
All system. I think what we can try and do is give you an idea of what winner takes all means in the context of these elections. Let's explain how the entire system works. It's the battle for the President of the United States, who's going to be in the White House. Let's go to the next page and go through these really quickly. Who's going to be the next president? Is it going to be a man or a woman? Kamala Harris, if she wins, would be the first woman president of the US. The voting is now taking place. A large number of people are out, and all of them want as many people as possible out there. In the context of a close election, every single vote is all very, very important. But let's actually give you an idea by going to the next page on explaining how the Electoral College system actually works. Now, we'd explained this a little while earlier on, but I can explain it once again. The blue states over here, and there's a number underneath all of them. There are the red states, which are Republican, blue states, which are Democrat, and there are the 7 swing states, or the battleground states, which are absolutely incredible. So how exactly does the winner-take-all system actually work? So let's just explain. Now, give you an example of the state of California, which is over there. Now, if we actually look at the state of California, make up a scenario over here. If candidate 1, which is the Democrat candidate, because it's blue, wins 51% of the vote, then all 54 seats actually go to that candidate, the Democrat, and the entire state actually ends up with the candidate over there. If we take a look at the state of Texas with 40 seats, and let's just hypothetically suggest that candidate 2 ends up winning 51% of the vote, then all 40 seats from the state of Texas end up going to candidate 2. But what is important to understand, and let's just go across to the next point, is that in the United States, the deciding factor are electoral votes. I mean, you can refer to them as seats to keep it simple, but each of the numbers, for example, in the case of Texas, 40, California, 54, those are electoral votes. The magic mark is 270. Electoral votes do not translate into the popular vote necessarily. In fact, in the recent past, there have been elections when the popular vote has been quite different from what the electoral votes have been. So that's important to actually keep in mind.
All right, let me now take you to my colleague Gauri Dwivedi, who is in Washington, D.C. this morning. Gauri, very good morning. Good to see you here. Gauri and I share the working space where we sit. We are neighbors at where we sit here in NDTV office. We are here in studio, Gauri. Nice sunshine on your face there. But how's it looking as far as the voters in Washington, D.C. are concerned?
Indeed, Ankit, and the last 2 months that you and I have been chatting, I did stick my neck out on the US election as to who will win. In a couple of hours, I'll know whether I eat crow or whether my prediction is actually correct. I have with me 2 voters who just voted here in this area, and they're both Harris supporters. In fact, predominantly this area has a lot of Democrat base. But first of all, thank you so much, gentlemen, for speaking to me. Sir, let me ask you first, how important is this election which brought you out on a morning to come out and vote?
It seems to me to be really important for the world as well as America. not least because the candidates are so extremely different. One highly electable, the other, you know, I don't really know what to say about him. Almost insane, you know, given what he says.
I'll come in there and pause you for a bit, because I understand, I think one of the candidates, I think you're talking about Donald Trump here, he evokes sharp responses from people. But this is election day, and it's a day when one is expecting a record turnout this time around. Have both parties been able to convince their vote base to come out in full strength and come out and vote?
I think both parties have, for very different reasons. I think on the Republican side, I'm afraid this time it's, well, both parties are very afraid of the implications of the other. I think on the Democratic side, it's more justified because we have seen historical record of what Donald Trump has done in his first term, and he's promised to do more, even more serious acts this term. So yes, I think both are very motivated.
Have your entire families voted? I see you have a sticker also which says I voted, but have your entire families voted?
Well, my wife doesn't have the right to vote in this country, but if she did, she'd certainly have come and voted for Harris rather than Trump.
So what does she have to say about the immigration plans that Donald Trump has?
She thinks they're completely insane. I mean, it's a clampdown, basically. It's an attempt to turn this country into a sort of immigration island and stop people from coming in.
Okay. What about your families? Have they voted, your wife, your kids?
I believe that they will all vote. I frankly am not sure how they will vote. They take their Christian faith very seriously, and they, as do many conservative Christians, they tend to emphasize certain issues such as abortion and gender issues, which are becoming very hot political, social issues in the United States, and they focus on those. I have focused more on the issue of democracy and the rule of law and treatment of others, including immigrants. My wife, as a matter of fact, is from India. And
what does she think of this election? And Kamala Harris, she's half Indian.
Yeah, she does not really, she's not concerned about that. She's concerned about policies, and I am not sure how she will vote, frankly.
I have to ask you a follow-up question, sir, which is that many feel that Kamala Harris's Hindu heritage, Indian heritage, will make a big dent in the Indian-American vote base. How do you respond? I mean, just by your conversations with your wife?
Yeah, I know certain members of her family are very taken with the fact that they call her Indian. And of course, as we know, she's half African American, originally from Jamaica, and half Indian. But yeah, they feel strongly about that. But I think most people are most drawn to the fact, of what each party represents, what each person represents. And I will say, by the way, to those who are in India who may be listening to this, the accent of this gentleman is not of a Native American, as you may guess. He's originally from
Britain.
Yes,
yeah, it's a British accent.
Yes, it is. I'm guilty as charged.
Final question to you. The rest of the day, you voted early here. Rest of the day, will you try and get your family members to also ensure they come out and vote in full strength?
Well, what I'll do is try and get my students to come and vote in full strength. I'm a professor at Georgetown University, and I know they all feel very strongly about this election, so it shouldn't be too difficult to get them all riled up.
All right, thank you so much. There you heard it, Ankit. Very interesting views and some very important views that even within families, votes have now been split up, because that is how tight this race is, with Harris and Trump essentially representing the two ends of a very fractured political landscape in America.
Thank you, Gauri, for joining us. Fascinating conversation there, and it has been a very polarizing election on many issues. We are slipping into a short break. Our coverage continues. Stay tuned.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable show.
If you want to be in the money.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephologist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani, exclusively on the NDTV network.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable show.
If you want to be in the money.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephologist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani, exclusively on the NDTV network.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Welcome back to our continuous rolling coverage here on NDTV World. Today is polling day, ladies and gentlemen, in United States, and it is one of the most crucial and closely watched battle. Many would suggest that in the recent history, possibly one of the most crucial electoral race in United States of America, which will have a large impact, not just in United States, but also across the globe. As voters hit the polling centers, the race is on, and it is said to be a very tight race. With most of the polls still Sunday, predicting that it is going to be a photo finish right to the end, a race right to the wire. Now, only time will tell whether those predictions do come true, and it will take few hours before early trends or exit polls start coming in. But the latest Ipsos poll shows 50% for Kamala Harris, and she's playing 48% for Donald Trump. So 50% plays 48% Democratic versus the Republican. It's still what many will call in the margin of error. 2 to 3% is the margin of error. So it is a very, very tight race. We'll go across to our reporters on the ground, have the best experts to decode what's happening in United States and how it is going to impact not only just United States, but the global political and security scenario. But before we do that, let's quickly take a look at the headlines. Harris-Trump locked in a tight race. In fact, latest polls show 50% support for Kamala Harris and 48% for Donald Trump. President Joe Biden said to watch the election results from the White House residence as he faces a quiet end to campaign. Some key battleground states are being hit by strong cold front that's bringing heavy rainfall and severe storm. Wisconsin looks to have the worst weather. Wisconsin is a very, very crucial state, and could bad weather, in fact, change the way this election is going? That is also going to be very, very crucial. Before we further go into more details, let's go across to my colleague Jennifer, who's joining us from Florida. That's the home state of Donald Trump, the Republican candidate for presidentship in United States. Jennifer, good morning. Thank you for being with us. Jennifer, I just want to understand from you at this moment, when Donald Trump ended his campaign, it was a very, very aggressive, high-pitched campaign. Many would say classic Donald Trump. His core vote bank would be expecting nothing less but a Donald Trump who comes out all, guns blazing.
That's right. And it shows the stark difference in this election. But Donald Trump has certainly over and over and over again played to his base. Not only make America great again, make America strong again. In the final weeks of this campaign, he has said Donald Trump will fix it, trying to blame Kamala Harris for the problems in the United States. Even though the economy has been improving, many Americans believe that it is very bad for them, and certainly worse than it was when Donald Trump left office 4 years ago. And so, yes, what we have seen from Donald Trump has been very forceful, very, very much on message for him, very anti-immigration, very pro-America, a very, very basic message that he has played over and over again. And that's the big question here. I mean, as you say, the polls are 50-50. Early voting has been in record numbers. America couldn't be more divided. And the question is he going to be able to bring in those other voters? Are those polls even accurate? As we saw in 2016, those polls were absolutely off. For many, Donald Trump was an utter surprise. And largely because polls had Hillary Clinton then so far ahead. Pollsters have said sometimes it is much more difficult to gauge the support of Trump supporters because they are
Okay, we just lost that audio line with Jennifer. We'll try and reconnect with her. In the meantime, let me also bring in at this moment, we are being joined by our guests, those who are keeping a very sharp eye on every development in United States. We have Rich Lodges, he's Florida co-chair, Republicans for Harris, and we are being joined by Anurag Mittal, communication strategist, former Capitol Hill staffer. Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for being with us here on NDTV World. Rich, let me start by asking you, just explain to our viewers, especially those who are tuning in as far as India is concerned, what are Republicans for Harris? I mean, a lot of people would say in a deeply divided election, it's every man from both sides, in fact, standing up for their candidate.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. Really happy to be back. I think that Republicans for Harris actually indicates why, when all of the votes are counted and this is all said and done, I don't believe that this is actually going to be a close election. I don't think there has ever been a more unifying presidential campaign in the history of the United States. We've seen Vice President Harris bring together left, center, right. We have a Republicans for Harris in every state, and amongst other reasons why I do not believe that this will be close in the end. And I think that the Republican Party and former President Trump will be historically repudiated, is that we have undecideds whom I believe deep down are going to make a decision today that Mr. Trump is wholly unqualified to serve in office again. We also have, I believe, what will be the highest single issue voter turnout of any election ever. And those issues ranging from abortion access to education to firearm violence and death and trauma and injury, I think is another issue that is going to break blue. And also, last but not least, I believe that there are many, many Republicans and right-leaning independents who, perhaps many of them quietly, are going to cast their votes today for Vice President Harris. And I don't think that there's ever been a starker contrast between two candidates in our country's history. So Vice President Harris has been a unifying candidate, and I will promise that she will be a unifying president as well, not just for those who voted for her, but also for those who did not vote for her. She is not just saying it, she is showing it with the kind of campaign she's run,
Right.
and she will show it as president.
You know, and that is something that a lot of people are talking about, not just in the United States, but outside as well. It's a deeply divided election, and what happens after the election would also be keenly watched by not only just political analysts in the United States, but across the globe. And like you said, there have been key issues, and the difference between both the Democrats and the Republicans, both the candidates have been quite sharp and stunning on those issues like economy and immigration. In fact, both key issues, Democrats, in fact, have been talking about the economic recovery post the pandemic and the new job growth, while the Republicans criticize them for inflation and pushing for tax cuts and, deregulation. Meanwhile, immigration is a topic, Anurag, sorry, I beg your pardon, Anurag, if I can get you in at this moment, immigration is an issue which is having a very, very severe impact as far as the voting preferences are concerned. And I'm not just talking about, let's say, Indian Americans and others, those who have been here, but also with the way Americans feel about both these administrations, or at least the promises which have been made by both these candidates.
Yes, that's fair. Look, when Vice President Harris was made the border czar back in 2021, the expectation was that she would take charge of the issue, or that President Biden, his administration, would figure out a solution to the issue. And obviously the Republicans weren't going to cooperate with them on the border issue, but I believe their alarms and their signs of warnings have been proven true. There have been millions of illegal immigrants who have come through the border, who have made the southern border unsafe for people. I visited the border earlier this year in 2024 in January, and I saw the situation with my own eyes. I mean, we were literally doing a press conference with the Speaker of the House and many congressmen, maybe 50 congressmen, and there were people crossing the border right behind them. So there was a flagrant law and order issue and disregard for the law that people were were coming through and it was not being enforced. And now that the campaign has been going on, Vice President Harris again has made this campaign. She's triangulated again. She said, oh well, she's actually going to secure the border. She's going to fix the border problem. And I just don't know if that's going to convince the American people, if that's going to convince the electorate that she is the right person for that problem, to solve that issue. If you look at the public polling, most Americans actually have a bit of nostalgia about the pre-pandemic, pre-COVID era, the Trump era. And so they don't feel that they were better off than they were 4 years ago. And that's really the question that has to be decided this election. And as your other panelists have said, that this might actually end up being an election on social issues, gender issues, more than economic issues. Even though the economy is number one for the population, if women come out sufficiently to vote for Vice President Harris, if the independents break for Vice President Harris, she may walk away with this issue. But the actual situation on the ground is a little bit shakier for her, because Donald Trump can afford to lose the Sun Belt states. He can afford to lose maybe Arizona, maybe Georgia. But if Vice President Harris loses Pennsylvania, if she loses the Rust Belt states, Wisconsin, Michigan, she's going to be in real trouble. Trump can also afford to lose Iowa, which was just said that Iowa was going to be going for Harris. He can afford to lose that, but she can't afford to lose the Sun Belt states. And so that's going to be, and Pennsylvania. So that's going to be interesting to see where that breaks. It's everybody's playing in the margins currently, but it's still too close to tell. But the hope this time is that we may hear the results maybe in a day or two than last time, which was much longer.
That's right. In fact, everybody would be, waiting with a bated breath about these results. And let me also introduce at this moment Sampath Shivangi. In fact, from the Republican Party, thank you so much for being with us at this moment. Let me start by asking you, like we were talking about economy and immigration, it's a very tough stance that Donald Trump has taken as far as immigration is concerned. And vis-a-vis economy, again, we are hearing the same, make America great again, make America strong again, something that he has borrowed from his last campaign. How is that impacting the voters on the ground? Or is it just the core Republican voter which is enthused by these, by these kind of campaign that Donald Trump had run?
Thank you for inviting. And yeah, I'm with the party for the last 48 years. I'm part and parcel of Republican Party in the state as well as national level. I served 3 presidents of the United States, so I know what we stand for. I think President Trump will do a much better job. In 4 years, U.S. was on top of the world in finances, in the price control, in the war. We were above everything. Things have changed in the last 4 years. We had the biggest disaster in Afghanistan. America ruined Afghanistan. I think we have to take good and bad out of it. And the gas prices have skyrocketed. A common man cannot afford to have 2 decent meals. So if that is the case, we are experiencing with the Democratic Party administration, what do we expect next 4 years? See, I am an Indian American. We presume Mrs. Harris has some Indian origin contacts, but she doesn't want to accept it because it does not help her in the election-wise. As I mentioned before, if she says she has Indian heritage, she may get much less vote than she is expecting, because all the African Americans en masse voting for Ms. Harris, maybe few with the Republican Party and Donald Trump, and those who are not happy with the economics and the policy of Democratic Party, they are helping Harris. I have no personal grudge against her, but I think at the national level, at the level of the world politics, I think Republicans will be better off for our country as well as India-US relation. I mean, I think I had mentioned before that I was invited by President Biden for a White House event when Prime Minister Modi ji came to US, and I was there. And on the first meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Mrs. Harris, he literally begged her, invited her to come to India in her vice presidency. But she went all over the world. She never went to India. But I'm not sure what her intentions are. So I think Trump was in India when in the third year of his presidency, and he declared just last week that India is his friend. Indian Americans he is a fan of them. So I think we can expect, at least Indian American. I have both allegiance to India as well as to US. So I feel Trump would be better for India.
Right. Let me bring in Rich once again on this. Rich, you heard both the gentlemen. And is immigration, an issue that is putting Kamala Harris on a back foot? There has been the Democratic, presidentship or, under Joe Biden. She has served under that administration. And in the last 4 years, at least in the campaign, people have seen and they have been talking about record number of illegal immigrants coming into the United States. While Donald Trump talks about completing his Mexico-America wall project, he also says that he will, take some drastic steps like signing the executive order for completely abolishing by birth citizenship right to Americans. Is that a sore point as far as Kamala Harris is concerned? The performance?
Parties for lack of immigration reform, but I will let our guests know that in our conversations with especially undecided voters, they are aware that President Biden and Vice President Harris had negotiated a very substantial bipartisan immigration reform bill, which former President Trump and the Republican Party publicly admitted that they killed together after it had been negotiated. So that is not an issue that helps Mr. Trump, because more and more of the electorate have come to understand that he did not want reform established because he believed that it would help him. And he's going to bet wrong on that. It is not going to help him. And on the economy, if I may, your last guest, with all due respect to him, he left out some very important proper context. Let me preface by saying that I'm someone who is a former MAGA activist, a pundit, unapologetically supported former President Trump and worked to get him elected and reelected. So I say all of this in that context. First off, President Trump inherited what was a very strong post-recovery Obama economy. As far as gas prices were low during the pandemic because very few people were driving. Now, economic opportunity has always been and always should be a centerpiece issue for any candidate. But I would like to point out what the data actually shows. Not only were the nearly 7 million jobs that were lost during the pandemic recovered under the Biden-Harris administration, there were approximately another 10 million jobs, which were new jobs that were created in the last 4 years. Now, do I believe that some people probably are not as well off today as they were a year or 2 or 4 years ago? I don't doubt that. We're in a capitalist society and we have uneven outcomes. But I would ask your last guest to perhaps consider what he might say to someone who does have a job today, who has started a successful small business. There are millions and millions who actually have. So now we're back to the question of who's the better, more qualified candidate to drive economic growth. And President Biden has been very aggressive. I believe Vice President Harris will be even more aggressive in economic growth. We're talking about small business creation, housing costs. We're talking about families who are taking care of parents and their children. So again, we're back to who is the better fit. And I think the vice president has clearly made a better argument on the issue of the economy than former President Trump.
Anak, but talking about this issue, when we see Donald Trump, at least the projection is that he's a very business-friendly president. He's going to be a very business-friendly president. He's already had support of, big businesses like Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, has already, in fact, gone all out to support President Donald Trump. In that context, how are the, average Americans seeing this entire race to the White House?
Well, yeah, look, we can debate the details. We can debate the details of the economy or even the border deal. Look, the Republicans had good reasons for not cooperating with that border deal. They thought it was giving too much money to the bureaucracy and not solving the actual enforcement issue. Same with the economy. Like I said, people, the public polling says that people do not feel that they are better off 4 years today than they were 4 years ago, pre-pandemic. So that emotion you can't really, deny. And so, even the support of the business people, the Silicon Valley has broken for Trump. That's true. But the larger business people, the financial giants, Wall Street has generally stayed quiet. And there is, and like I said, Vice President Harris has done some moves to be friendlier to Wall Street, be friendlier to the big business. She's in Pennsylvania, which is a swing state. She said that, she might actually be softer on fracking and on oil. And so she has been trying to triangulate on this issue, which is to her credit. But I just don't know if the people are going to believe that. And that's why people keep saying that Trump will be the friendlier, better on economy, better on business, better on jobs. And I think that's why Vice President Harris has been focusing on the gender issue, has been focusing on the social issues and the law and order issues that Trump is going to, usher in the end of democracy and things like that. I think that's it's a fair tack to take because people don't believe that the Democrats are better on business, are better on jobs. So it's better to focus on the things that can actually get you the votes than the things that are going to make you sound great, but aren't actually going to convince the voters, in my opinion.
Gentlemen, I'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us at this moment with your views, very, very important views on this election. Voting is on in United States. It's the voting day. And let me at this moment go across to my colleague, Natasha Israni, who's joining us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, remember, is a swing state, important state, possibly one of the states that is going to decide this election. 19 electoral votes from Pennsylvania. Natasha, coming to you. Earlier, you were with a family, in fact, of two. They were talking about and how, like you said, Philadelphia is largely dominated by Democrats, voters, supporters. Is there what are the main issues that at this moment voters are thinking about when they go out and vote?
Well, they're thinking of various issues, and now we are a few blocks away at another polling station. This one is more active. There's a lot of celebration of democracy and voting. And yes, this election is about major issues, very sensitive issues, including border and immigration and economy and inflation and women's rights, but it's also about celebrating democracy. And joining us now is the DJ at the polls. It's actually a group of DJs across the country which play upbeat music during the polls, and we have DJ Ant Liva, who's been here since 7 a.m. in the morning. That's now about 2 hours. How's the mood here?
The mood was wonderful. Everybody was happy to come out and vote. A lot of people made sure they came out and they was in the line dancing and having a good time. When it comes down to being a DJ for the events and whatnot, mainly for the polls, I want people to have a good time coming and vote. So they going in, enjoying themselves as they voting.
Now, he's actually DJ'd for Michelle Obama in the past, and he has a hat on which says standing on business. So we're going to ask him, when it comes to business, the economy, inflation, what are you looking at? What's important to you and your vote?
Healthcare. Healthcare for the senior citizen, healthcare, childcare, everything they got to do with helping my people. You know what I mean? No matter if you're black or white, but that's what I want, standing on business. We got to stand on business.
Right, now the focus hasn't been so much on healthcare in terms of a big talking point, but that is crucial to many Americans who really don't have access to healthcare. So many millions of Americans without insurance plans, and Obamacare was actually a big topic when he was the president, and he changed that, but that was brought down again when Trump became president. So what about healthcare do you think you're going to be watching specifically in 2024, and which candidate do you think is better on healthcare for Americans?
I ain't gonna talk about what candidate, but I'm a DJ, so I'm gonna say this. The candidate that I'm looking to win, hopefully they do better with the healthcare. Not saying they're not doing good with the healthcare now, but the candidate that I pick to win, I know, I got faith in that they would do good with them.
So DJ and Liver, they're refusing to tell us exactly which candidate he thinks is better, but what he's clear on is that he wants to see improvements, and also he's really enjoying DJing at this very active voting booth in South Philadelphia in the swing state of Pennsylvania. And now it's back to you.
Fantastic environment there where you are standing, though I think Indian elections are the most colorful ones, but we won't mind some DJing at our polling booths as well. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue here on NDTV World. Stay tuned.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephalogist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani exclusively on the NDTV network.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Well, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable show.
If you want to be in the money.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephalogist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani exclusively on the NDTV network.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable show.
If you want.
Good evening and welcome. The moment millions have been waiting for is finally here. The polls have been opened in the 2024 US elections a couple of hours back. People are out voting across the United States. From the bustling streets of New York to the serene landscapes of Alaska, voters have been stepping up to decide the future of their country. Will the echoes of change resonate this year, or will we see the status quo hold its ground? The air is thick with anticipation as candidates from both sides of the aisle, the Trump camp and the Harris camp, leave no stone unturned in their quest for America's vote. Every ballot cast today shapes not just the next 4 years, but it will have an impact around the world. Will it be a landslide or a nail-biter? Mark my words, it probably will be a nail-biter. Only time will tell. We talk about this being an exceptionally close election, and in case you want to know why, take a look at what these polls have had to say. These are the latest numbers, and with 0 days to go, it's 50% to Harris, 48 to Trump. So Harris marginally ahead according to this, the latest poll. It's an Ipsos poll. Will it hold true? Remember, it's well within the margin of error. So we don't know what's going to take place. It seems that it's going to be extremely, extremely close. But let's take a look at this stage at the headlines at this hour. Maryland voters head to polls after early voting turnout breaks records. Over 1.5 million Marylanders voted early or mailed in their ballots, representing 38% of the total voter turnout so far. Knock on doors, call voters, reach out to friends and family. Kamala Harris shares a post on social media as voting gathers pace. Joe Biden is set to watch the election results from the White House residence as he faces a quiet end to the campaign. Well, we've got our correspondents spread out across the United States, each state quite different, each state very important. The issues are absolutely critical, not just in the swing states that we've been talking about, but also in states which the Democrats feel they're going to win or the Republicans feel that they're going to win. I'm joined by my colleague Natasha Estrani. She joins me from Philadelphia. We're also joined by Alistair D'Souza joining me from Virginia. My colleague Gauri Dwivedi will be with us in a little while as well. Before I go across to them, let's quickly bring you an explainer on what the election system in the United States, the electoral college system, is all about. These elections aren't as simple as they might initially appear. The candidate who wins the majority votes might not necessarily make it to the White House. How is that the case? Take a look. In a winner-takes-all system, I think what we can try and do is give you an idea of what winner-takes-all means in the context of these elections. Let's explain how the entire system works. It's the battle for the President of the United States, who's going to be in the White House. Let's go to the next page and go through these really quickly. Who's going to be the next president? Is it going to be a man or a woman? Kamala Harris, if she wins, would be the first woman president of the US. The voting is now taking place. A large number of people are out, and all of them want as many people as possible out there. In the context of a close election, every single vote is all very, very important. But let's actually give you an idea by going to the next page on explaining how the electoral college system actually works. Now, we'd explained this a little while earlier on, but I can explain it once again. The blue states over here, and there's a number underneath all of them. There are the red states, which are Republican, blue states, which are Democrat, and there are the 7 swing states or the battleground states, which are absolutely incredible. So how exactly does the winner-take-all system actually work? So let's just explain. Now, give you an example of the state of California, which is over there. Now, if we actually look at the state of California, make up a scenario over here, if candidate 1, which is the Democrat candidate because it's blue, wins 51% of the vote, then all 54 seats actually go to that candidate, the Democrat, and the entire state actually ends up with the candidate over there. If we take a look at the state of Texas with 40 seats, and let's just hypothetically suggest that candidate 2 ends up winning 51% of the vote, then all 40 seats from the state of Texas end up going to candidate 2. But what is important to understand, and if let's just go across to the next point, is that in the United States, the deciding factor are electoral votes. I mean, you can refer to them as seats to keep it simple, but each of the numbers, for example, in the case of Texas, 40, California, 54, those are electoral votes. The magic mark is 270. Electoral votes do not translate into the popular vote necessarily. In fact, in the recent past, there have been elections when the popular vote has been quite different from what the electoral votes have been. So that's important to actually keep in mind. In terms of detail on this, remember it was in 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump despite securing more votes. I mean, that's the beauty of the Electoral College system. It's a controversial part of the system. But for now, let's go across to Natasha Estrani. She joins me from Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. Thanks very much for being with us. Natasha, I mean, Pennsylvania, so very key. It is a swing state. 19 seats over there, or 19 electoral seats over there. How are both the Republicans and the Democrats looking at Pennsylvania in the context of these elections?
I think they're looking at Pennsylvania with a lot of nervousness because it's key to their path to victory on both sides. And no Democrat has actually won the US presidential election since 1948 without winning Pennsylvania. So it's super crucial. And as we can see, Donald Trump was here also in Pennsylvania yesterday because he's trying to make up also for some of the losses that he sees with the Hispanic population, given the remarks that were made against Puerto Ricans. And there is a significant Puerto Rican population as well in Pennsylvania. But now getting us back to the ground in Philadelphia, which is one of the largest cities in Pennsylvania, we are actually joined by a union worker, a sheet metal union worker, Elizabeth. And Elizabeth will talk to us about what she's feeling like on the day of the elections and the issues that she's looking at.
Well, the day of this election, I was a little bit nervous, but I'm confident. I'm back and supporting Kamala Harris because it's my job on the line. We are union workers and we need our jobs. We help the city to be built in this city of Philadelphia and all over the nation. So that's very important for me to come out, me, my family, come out and vote today.
Well, we've also been speaking to people on the Trump campaign side, and they think that Trump is going to be better for jobs. So why do you think Kamala Harris and the Democrats are going to be better for the issues that matter to you, including your volunteering with the sheet metal union workers?
Well, because he's trying to make this country a right to work, where we are union. So we have job opportunities out there. This is not a job, it's a career for us. So that opportunity, he's trying to take that from the union people. So that's why I know Kamala will be a better candidate for us, for the city.
Now, you've lived here in the city since you were born, 59 years. People are talking about an increase in crime in Philadelphia, and Donald Trump campaigns on that issue. A lot of people think he's going to be better on crime. What do you think?
I think that he's more a businessman. He's not going to help the city. He's not. He's going to make the city worse because he's not for the black community as well.
Thank you so much. That was Elizabeth. And now also joining us is an election observer. She will be looking now at all of these polling stations. By law, you're allowed to have 2 observers on either side, Democrat and Republican. And we have an election observer now who's been watching since early in the morning. How early were you here?
I was here at 6:30. Yeah.
And so far, what have you seen?
So far, the process has been very smooth. We haven't really seen any issues. There have been some long lines, but they're handling everything very efficiently. But our job is just to simply make sure that the process is fair, that we make sure that everybody who intends to vote and is registered is able to vote today. So it's an important role.
Would that mean like checking their paperwork? What exactly do you mean by that? Tell us specifically.
Yeah, so everyone has to be registered in this state to vote, and sometimes they may end up at the wrong polling location, so we will help them to pull up their voter registration and make sure that they're at the right place. And also, you know, if they go to a polling place and they're told that they can't vote there, we would encourage them to at least fill out a provisional ballot so that they have a chance to vote in any case.
You know, in last election cycle, there were questions raised in Philadelphia because there were some errors, there were some problems with the counting in 2020, and that's one of the things that Donald Trump's side will point out too, because they keep talking about electoral fraud. How do you think this year is different?
Well, I think that many people are focused on the integrity of the process, and that's very important. I will say about 2020, there were multiple legal challenges, and all of them were tossed out by the courts. There was absolutely no voter fraud in the state of Pennsylvania, so I would expect it to be no different this year.
Okay. And our observer here telling us that the elections seem very fair and clear, and that is an important thing that everybody is watching across this country, especially this year, because so many concerns have been raised erroneously sometimes, validly sometimes, about electoral fraud. So in any democracy, that's an important part of the electoral process, and now we're going to throw it back to you.
All right, thanks very much. Let's go quickly across to Alistair D'Souza, who's been, again, in our team tracking these elections so very closely. You know, Alistair, just in the election campaign winding down in the United States, is there any one issue which appears to be potentially big enough to change the outcome of the elections or influence voters one way or the other? I ask this because if you look at Kamala Harris and her strategy in the last couple of hours, she's been muted, relatively calm, focusing on issues, whereas Trump has been attacking constantly. Has something arisen which might actually be a factor right in the end of the elections?
Right, Vishnu, if you ask me, one of the key top issues here in this election has repeatedly been the economy. But I'm going to have to come back to that because I've got three friends here patiently waiting for a little while who are dying to tell us what they think. And, well, Vishnu, actually, these are people or young women who are not able to vote yet because they are still under the age of 18, but really, really wish they could. Why is that the case?
I am super passionate about the women's right to choose. I feel like it's something that, might not impact someone personally, but it will impact someone that they know at some point in their life. Because it just goes so far beyond abortion, and just the women's right to choose and have control over their medical needs is so important.
Do you really, really, really wish that you could vote in election 2024?
Definitely, because I feel like a lot of the younger generation have so many more viewpoints that are being considered in these elections, and so I feel like I know myself and my friends and everything, we want to as she said, want to give those opinions out on what we want and our human reproductive rights and what we want to be heard and seen in the system and to make those changes.
All right. So these, so you all are students here at this school where voting is currently happening here in Arlington, Virginia, and they're part of the Row team. Is that correct? Yes. So, okay, great. And basically, they've set up a stall inside to feed hungry voters. So how's that bake sale going?
It has been successful. Yeah, a lot of voters have stopped by and purchased delicious baked goods.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's go quickly across to Gauri Dwivedi at this stage. Alistair, we'll keep coming back to you. Gauri, is there a sense of fear in Washington that, in the event of a really, really close election, that there could be chaos if there is no clear winner one way or the other in the days ahead?
Vishnu, there are preparations being made here But I think that is a highly unlikely scenario to the people that I have spoken with, who say that, last time around, Donald Trump was the president. Between his exiting the White House and Biden's win, there were 74 days, and he was the president of the United States, and he could have done anything, and which is why one saw what one saw last time around. But this time around, he is like any other private citizen. So to that extent, the possibilities of a repeat of what happened 4 years back looks highly unlikely. But of course, you can't rule anything out completely, given how the election is so tight, and also that emotions are so charged on both sides. One can't rule out that possibility completely, but one would say it looks highly unlikely that the situation may turn ugly, violent, or out of control this time around after the outcome.
All right, we can go across to Jennifer Glass, who joins us from a Florida polling booth at this stage. Thanks very much, Jennifer, for being with us. So, it's finally happening right now. There must be a huge sense of relief that people are finally out there voting. Give us a sense of the mood among voters around you. Enthusiasm, nervousness, are they just happy that it's all over?
Well, it's really just, this is voting day, but many people have been voting for days and days before this. I was just speaking to one of the election workers here who said it's actually, while it's steady, you see the steady stream of cars behind me, and some people have walked in. There is a steady stream of voters here, but this is the new Smyrna Beach Public Library, and this has been across the county the biggest voting place for voting ahead of time. So if you came here a week ago, you would see hundreds of people lined up all the way here to the streets. About some as many as 2,000 people a day already voted here. That's really a sign of how contentious this election has been, how many people make sure they want their vote to count. And yes, today I do think there is a sense of relief that there is an end in sight. It's been a short campaign for Kamala Harris, and yet a long campaign, very much with the whole Joe Biden incident, dropping the campaign over the summer and Kamala stepping in as the candidate. And now finally we're going to have an answer in the next 12 hours or so.
All right, Jennifer, thanks very much for being with us with all of that. But let's just quickly focus at this stage on what the swing states are, why that's so important. We keep referring to swing states. What exactly are we talking about? Let's have that map of the United States out so that we can explain how the entire election system in the United States works. So once we do have the map up, as you can see, you've got blue, those are traditionally Democratic states. We've got red, which are Republican states, and you've got in gold the swing states. Now, in as much as all states are important, the fact of the matter is it's the swing states which both Trump and Harris have really been focusing on. Why? Because they are undecided. They tend to switch depending on the circumstances, and therefore if their loyalists in all of their traditional states do hold, then the election will be decided on the basis of what happens in the swing states. Now, what is also very important to understand when we talk about a winner-takes-all system is that you've got the numbers underneath each state. Those are important because if you look at, for example, California with 54 electoral votes, it essentially all adds up to the Electoral College, right? Now, 270 is the magic mark. Whoever wins the popular vote in California gets all 54 electoral votes, right? Similarly, just as an example, whoever wins all 40 electoral votes in the state of Texas, whoever wins the popular vote in the state of Texas wins all 40 electoral votes. So again, that would add up towards that target of 270. So it's the swing states which are so very important, and what we can do now is focus on a couple of the other ones. So let's pull up one of some of the key states that we've been looking at. This is the state of Michigan with 15 electoral votes. Again, very important. Both of the parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, investing a great deal of their efforts in getting out over there. It is important because there are 9 lakh Asian Americans. Indian Americans are the largest group over here. Let's bring you a couple of other points. Just keep scrolling through those points on why Michigan is important. There's a huge Arab American population, and this tends to back Trump over Harris. So again, this is a community that Trump and the Republicans would be looking at. Foreign policy is important. The Gaza war, given the the breakup of the population over there is something that's important as well. Let's move on now to another state. Let's look at Nevada. Again, a key swing state. Which way is Nevada going to vote? It's relatively smaller with 6 electoral votes, but in the context of what we are seeing in these elections, where there's such a small difference between Harris and Trump, Nevada could prove to be important as well. What are some of the key issues as far as Nevada are concerned? Let's have a couple of points over there on Nevada. Inflation, housing, prices are among some of the top issues which Nevada would be looking at. Harris and Trump are competing for Latino support. The Latino vote is something that is so important in these elections. Both sides working to get them. There have been controversial remarks which have been made, but at the end of the day, this vote, very, very important indeed. And a final point, if we can, in the state of Nevada, we'll try and bring that to you in a little while from now, but that just gives you an idea of what is really been taking place in these elections. Let's go across to Professor Dan Casino. Thanks very much, Professor, for being with us. Let's talk about the swing states at this stage. Do you believe that in the context of very close elections, at least that's what everybody believes, it's these swing states that are going to decide which way the election goes?
Necessarily. The swing states are what sets up the entire election. The American system, remember, is something set up in the 18th century. It's a very old system. Americans are very proud of the fact they have the oldest system. That's a little like being proud you have the oldest car on the block. I mean, it's impressive that it still runs, but doesn't mean it's necessarily a good system. And so what we've seen is Pennsylvania being called the Keystone State, and it is the key to this election. Both campaigns finished up their electoral bids in Pennsylvania last night, and both campaigns think that whoever wins Pennsylvania will win the election. It's very difficult to imagine any way Kamala Harris can win the election without winning Pennsylvania. And Trump, who took Pennsylvania in 2016, really needs to repeat if he wants to win. So it is these swing states, and that means that enormous amounts of time, effort, and money have gone into those states. If you happen to live in a swing state like Pennsylvania or Michigan or Arizona, you've been seeing nothing but electoral ads on your TV at this point for 3 to 6 months. Voters there are a little sick of the election, if we're being totally honest, and they are thrilled to finally have this over with.
In terms of the big election issues, at the end of the day, would you agree that perhaps the economy is the big issue? I know that Kamala Harris has been focusing on, for example, abortion, healthcare, immigration as well. Both sides have been focusing on that. But do you believe the economy, price rise, inflation is perhaps a potential decider?
The economy was the most important issue back over the summer in July. What we've seen the past couple weeks is that gas prices have fallen, inflation has cooled down quite a bit, and both campaigns have really stopped talking about it. The election has switched much more to being about immigration on the Republican side, and of course, abortion rights on the Democratic side.
What about healthcare and climate? Are these issues, in Pennsylvania important? Is this something that voters have been talking about?
Climate is important to the extent that it interacts with fossil fuels. Pennsylvania is the largest producer of fracking. Natural gas gotten through this very strange process where they force water down into shale in order to get natural gas out. And so Republicans have argued that Democrats, by trying to move towards solar power and other alternative powers, green energy sources, are against fracking, which would be bad for the Pennsylvania economy. So energy has been an issue there. But honestly, if you are a voter on the environment, we already know how you're going to vote. The environment, environmental voters are already backing the Democrats. So it has not been as much an issue. Healthcare is almost a settled issue in the United States. Republicans for decades talked about trying to overturn Obamacare, and they have kind of stopped talking about that, with former President Trump now saying he's a champion of Obamacare, and actually being a bit of a distraction when the leader of the House of Representatives, Republican, said that they were going to look into actually repealing Obamacare or doing something to change it.
In terms of the campaign strategies of both sides, some would suggest that Trump has been involved in an entirely negative campaign, fear-mongering, personal attacks, use of misinformation, character assassination, etc., whereas Kamala Harris has been more issue-oriented. Now, this isn't to suggest that Trump's strategy is necessarily wrong. We'll know perhaps at some stage tomorrow. But would you say that even just a couple of hours back, that's the way Trump ended, with aggression, which has been his style?
Yes, certainly. In the last couple of weeks, Trump's campaign has been trying very hard to get him to focus on issues. They believe if he talks about the economy, if he talks about immigration, he can win. But they've had trouble keeping him on topic. He wants to talk about how much he dislikes Kamala Harris, and sometimes weirdly about how much he thinks Joe Biden is doing a bad job, even though he's not running against Joe Biden. So this has been much the chagrin of his entire campaign, and honestly to a lot of his voters who do actually support him on issues like immigration, like the economy. They want to hear him talk more about those things. This is not to say that the Democratic side has not been negative. There has been a lot of talk about that former President Trump is a fascist. And we've seen Vice President Harris and certainly your Vice Presidential nominee, Tim Walz, talking about that talking point a lot. So it has been negative, and a lot of Democrats are turning out not necessarily to vote for Kamala Harris, but definitely to vote against Donald Trump.
All right, Professor Dan Casino, wonderful speaking to you. Thank you very much. Have you voted so far, or are you headed to vote right now?
I voted about a month ago. In New Jersey, we have the advantage of voting early.
All right. All right. Well, thanks very much and for sharing your views. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to take a short break at this stage, come back to the latest on the voting process now in the US elections. There's a lot more to say to you.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephologist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani, exclusively on the NDTV network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. the newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Good evening, welcome. It is the moment millions have been waiting for in the United States and I would suggest around the world as well. The 2024 US election, voting underway in the United States. We are told that the numbers are fairly substantial. The voter enthusiasm is quite clear. There is a lot of bustle in the streets of New York all the way to the serene landscapes of Alaska. Will there be profound change this time around? What's going to happen? It is Trump versus Kamala Harris, the last polls, and I would suggest that those are somewhat irrelevant now because by this time tomorrow we'll probably know who's going to win the US elections. At the moment, well, before the voting actually took place, Kamala Harris, according to the latest poll, Ipsos, was 2% ahead of Trump, but that's all well within the margin of error, which is why what could take place could be either way. Will it be a nail-biter? Will it be, who knows, a landslide? Seems unlikely, nail-biter more likely. Time will tell, but it is likely to be exceptionally close. Let's take a quick look at the headlines at this hour. The US election draws more than 75 million early votes, with millions more expected to vote in person, voting gathering momentum across states. The presidential nominee J.D. Vance, accompanied by his wife Usha and their children, cast a ballot in person in Ohio's Cincinnati. 2 polling locations in the crucial swing state, Pennsylvania's Allegheny County, opened late after delays were experienced. All right, well, let's immediately turn our attention to one of the key factors, the entire concern around foreign interference. Is that something which is a huge concern in the US elections? There have been concerns about the involvement of China, of Iran, of many more. Let's take a look at the story before we go across to our guests.
Multiple US swing states, an effort to discover vulnerabilities that could be used to influence the presidential election. But it's not just foreign actors. Domestic extremists are also a significant threat. Law enforcement agencies are on high alert for potential violence at polling places and election-related events. Case in point, the 2021 insurrection. January 6, 2021's heavily armed mob attack was an attack not just on the US Capitol building, but also on democracy and the rule of law. Meanwhile, unsuspecting actors are also facing allegations of election interference. Keir Starmer-led UK tops the chart. The Trump campaign has accused Starmer's Labour Party of blatant foreign interference. This after some volunteers traveled to help campaign for Vice Presidential Harris. The Red Campaign has filed a complaint with the Federal Election Commission in Washington. It is demanding an investigation into what it has termed apparently illegal contributions from Labour to the Harris campaign. As the 2024 election approaches, the threat of interference in the NDTV world.
All right, we've got 3 fantastic guests who join us at this stage. Joshua Wilson is a political analyst with the University of Denver, Nish Acharya, a former Biden advisor, and Alex Zidane, a Republican strategist. Alex, to you first, just in terms of the report we played out now, potential foreign influences in this election, is it hyped, or do you believe that from China to Iran to North Korea, there is something substantive in reaching out to American people and influencing the vote.
Vigilance is always important, Vishnu. The enemies of freedom and the enemies of America will always be on the march and working to try and undermine one of our most sacred democratic institutions, that's our elections. Like you showed in your report, China, Iran, and Russia are not sitting on their hands here. They're trying their best to manipulate the election. They will fail. And they will fail because Americans have faith in our democratic process and because I believe that the Russians, the Chinese, and the Iranians may be working at cross purposes. We've seen reports that the Iranian mullahs want Kamala Harris to win this election. Regardless of who interferes, they try to sow chaos and discord. And the best thing that we can do as Americans is be vigilant and be united and make sure you check before you post. That's what I'm watching right now. Certainly it's something that we need to keep an eye on, but it's not something that's a grave concern for me as we head into election day here.
Nish, let's talk a little bit about American foreign policy. I mean, there are two wars raging right now in West Asia and in Ukraine, Russia. I mean, the world is actually watching these elections for several reasons. To what extent is foreign policy critical as far as America's agenda is this time around, both for Harris and for Trump?
So I think American foreign policy, as the old saying goes, that elections are not won on foreign policy, but they can be lost on foreign policy. And I think what Americans are considering is the fact that while there are no American troops in the Middle East or in Ukraine, certainly we have made a significant effort to ensure that Russian aggression is pushed back, and that has included U.S. sales of weapons and other things like that, and certainly a lot of time from our foreign policy establishment. And then, of course, in certain states, there's a concern about the Israel-Gaza war, and you have large Arab populations in Michigan and elsewhere. And ultimately, I think they will, look at what are the options for their community, for their homeland that are better, and they will, I believe, vote for Vice President Harris as a result. But we are seeing it in very specific cases like the large Arab population in Michigan. But otherwise, it doesn't look to be a major issue as much as the economy, access to reproductive rights, and other issues are.
In fact, Joshua Wilson, that's what I wanted to speak to you about, the entire issue of abortion and reproductive rights. Is it your sense that this could be the one issue that could potentially push Kamala Harris, into the White House? I ask that because many suggest that the economy is perhaps, the issue that's strongest as far as Trump's wicket is concerned.
Yeah, no, it's with an election this close, and as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, nobody's breaking out of the margin of error. It's really hard to know, what small thing might push one of the candidates over the line. But abortion is definitely one of the live issues that we should pay attention to. A lot of polling recently has pointed out a gender divide in the vote, with Harris polling very well with women. And one way of understanding this is through the issue of reproductive rights and abortion. What's more is there are 10 states where voters are actually directly voting on an abortion-related issue. And this could matter in swing states like Nevada or Arizona. It could matter in terms of the Senate race, maybe in a place like Montana or, again, Arizona or Nevada. And we can really also see it potentially mattering with the Democrats trying to win back the House, with really targeting a state like New York as a place to make up ground.
Joshua Wilson, at a larger level, is this an election between, trying to preserve and ensure that democracy, the old style, remains in America, versus the Trump style of democracy, which many suggest, based on his past, isn't quite democracy as the way we've seen in America? Is that what this election is all about? Contrasting visions of what is key to the United States, its notion of democracy itself?
Again, I don't know that we can narrow down the election to being really about one thing, but you are hitting on another one of these big core issues, and another way that really both candidates have been trying to present things, right? There's been a lot of discussion around this election as being so consequential, and it's so consequential because it really matters for, what vision of the U.S. will we have moving forward. And we really have two candidates with very starkly different ideas of how America should move forward and how governance should take place. And especially if we look at what each candidate has been saying on the campaign trail, right? This has caused a lot of concern around Trump's escalating rhetoric around violence, with people in the past who have worked closely with Trump talking about how he really is an authoritarian, right? So his rhetoric combined with kind of substantiating support from those close to him really do raise the concerns about the future of democracy, or really the future of what the U.S. will look like after this election.
You know, Alex, and just to build on the point of what Joshua Wilson was saying, I mean, I've got a couple of Trump's quotes. For example, illegal immigrants will walk into your kitchen, they'll cut your throat. Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. The blood-soaked streets of our once great cities are cesspools of violent crimes. You know, these are extreme statements, some of them. Do you really believe that they strike a chord with the US people, you know, to actually push Trump across?
They're visceral and evocative statements, Vishu, but I don't believe that they're necessarily extreme. I certainly believe that President Biden is cognitively impaired, and I certainly believe that there have been documented crimes committed by migrants in this country. I want to address what was just said about democracy. I think that there is a conflation here, a misdirection that goes on when we talk about this election. There is a difference in the United States of America between the government and the system. The government is the three branches set up in the Constitution, but the system is different. The system is the media. The system is the intelligence agencies. The system is the political parties. Those are the elements of what we have in this country that President Trump has gone after, and those are the elements that are fighting back against him. He is trying to restore that government that the founders outlined in the Constitution to the American people. The system is fighting him. Democrats have become the party of the system, and the American people are sick and tired of being told what to do by the system. That's why they're going to reject the system and the establishment today.
Okay. Nisha Charya, the fact that there are so many criminal cases that Trump faces, the New York hush money case, the federal election interference case, the Georgia election interference case, classified documents case, does this potentially sort of weigh heavy on the minds of voters, you know, who believe that, you know, here's a person who might be president who faces all these cases, even though if he does come to the White House, he might have a chance of erasing many of these cases?
So it looks as if, unfortunately, from my perspective, they do not weigh heavily on the voters. I think that's already, as we say, baked into the results. And so if you like Trump, you're with him regardless of those indictments. If you don't like Trump, this is another example of why not to like him. I think what Americans really are looking at is that this is the first presidential election after COVID. We've had a lot of legislation in between. We've gotten actually to a good place on the economy, but there's still a lot of turmoil as a result of the inflation, as a result of the war that Russia started with Ukraine, and food prices. And these are all factors in the election. People are looking at their pocketbooks. They're looking at the reaction. They're looking at climate change. They're looking at the extreme weather. And so I think that is far more important to people. And ultimately, I think they're going to look at that and say that the system actually does work, and that President Biden did quite a bit to address these issues, and that President Harris will also do that as well. And I think ultimately that will be the deciding factor today. And that's what we're seeing in the exit polls early as well. It's really about stewardship, people realizing the economy is doing well in the United States, and keeping that stewardship and not veering off on a radical course around tariffs for products from India and elsewhere.
Joshua Wilson, with almost all the polls indicating that it's absolutely neck and neck, do you personally believe any of the polls? Do you believe that they are so close right now that, you know, they're well within the margin of error that, you know, I mean, it's anyone's game at the end of the day?
Yeah, so one thing, right, that we learned after 2016 is that few political scientists are going to come out with definitive statements about who is going to win, right? And especially in a race like this where it is so close. The questions around polling really, there are a few different ways of thinking about polling versus actual elections. One of them is, one of the distortions that we sometimes see in polling is the person being surveyed, whether or not they're willing to actually say what they're going to do to somebody doing the polling. Another big question, and really a much more important question here is, okay, when somebody contacts you to respond to a poll, that's a low cost engagement for you. Voting is a higher cost engagement. You have to actually go out and initiate action. And so one question we should really ask about polls and how accurate they'll be is, well, who are they polling? Are these likely voters? Are these people that are likely to go out and actually vote? Or are they from a larger pool? Another way to think about this is we also have to always differentiate between the popular vote and the electoral college, right? One thing that we've seen is Donald Trump, when he won in 2016, lost the popular vote, right? But he still won the presidency because of the electoral college. And so we need to also think about that polling data in relation to those states that matter the most, that are undecided where it really is close, and how they stand to push the electoral college vote.
Alex, let's talk a little bit about an issue we've not really touched on, immigration, border security, immigration policies, how to handle the influx of migrants across the US-Mexico border. Again, this is an area where Trump has really hit out at Kamala Harris. Do you believe, again, that, this is perhaps the ace that Trump has up his sleeve, which might take him across and get him into the White House?
Well, Vishnu, let's go back about a year and change when buses full of migrants began descending on cities like New York, near where I live in New Jersey, even just down the road from me in Trenton. That brought home the fact that our border is porous and undefended and insecure under Biden-Harris's administration. That made even Democrats, independents, sit up and pay attention and recognize that this problem of unfettered, undocumented illegal immigration is an issue that is affecting America in a greatly negative way. I think people woke up at that point, and that is President Trump's signature issue from all the way back in 2016, and that has brought multiple voters to his side. They recognized that America was safer and stronger under Donald Trump. They want him to finish his wall, to finish that border security project that he began that was abandoned by Joe Biden. And they want him to make sure that the folks coming in America, the legal immigrants that we have, are vetted. So that's an issue that has really indicated to voters that President Trump is the one to lead on this critical topic.
Nish, since you follow foreign policy so closely, is there a sense that, it was essentially rhetoric for Trump when he said that if he came to power, then, he'd ensure that the war in Ukraine comes to an end by picking up the phone and speaking to Putin, because America is so deeply invested in the war right now, it just seems difficult to believe that they'd stop all support to Ukraine. So do you believe that, it's one thing for Trump to have said that, but entirely different for him potentially to have the ability or the willingness to actually do that?
Well, I think the concern for the United States and for NATO has always been Russian intentions beyond Ukraine, that if they're able to take Ukraine, the next step is to move into Eastern Europe, Poland, and then be a menace to the West, whether that's through a hot war or through terrorism or, starting separatist movements, whatever it may be, that Russia will then turn its sights to Europe. And that's the reason it's been so important to stop Russia in Ukraine. And the real concern is that President Trump has said that he believes that a peace should be negotiated. And let's assume that that's his philosophy. That means that the Russians would probably gain a significant amount of land. Its allies, the North Koreans and the Chinese, would also be victors in part. And Russia would be, then be a little bit closer to Europe and therefore to American interests as well. And so I think there is a real concern that Trump will push for a forced agreement and that it'll be a way for Putin to save face in this issue. So I think that's a concern versus, keeping our economic and military foot to the gas pedal and ultimately beating back the Russians and keeping democracy and freedom alive in Europe and in Ukraine. I just want to get back to the immigration issue for a second. So I understand it's a big issue for Americans, and there are real reasons why there are concerns. At the same time, we forget that President Trump was president for 4 years, and he didn't build a wall. They didn't build hardly anything. And that was at a time when he had control of the Congress as well. And secondly, there was that very, very terrible policy we remember where children were separated from their families.
Yes.
And overwhelmingly, Americans opposed that. So the idea that Trump is now, 4 years later, going to be able to actually do what he promised to do is unlikely. When he had full control of the government, he didn't do anything. So why would he do it now in a much more divided government?
Alex, you want to quickly respond?
Reminds me of a joke that I've heard, Vishnu, about someone being served soup and say that this soup is terrible, but there's not enough of it. I was down in Arizona. I saw the border wall. It wasn't a fever dream. I was actually there, and it was right in front of me. And the gaps in the border wall occurred when President Biden took office in January of 2021. President Trump is going to finish that signature project and augment the Border Patrol to be able to stop the unfettered flow of illegal migrants into this country. It is a signature issue for him, and it's one that he is going to make sure is top of mind when he retakes the Oval Office on January 20th.
All right, Joshua Wilson, Nish Acharya, and Alex Zidane, wonderful speaking to you. We'll leave it over here. Nish, come back to you a little later. Thanks very much for being with us. Well, as the presidential election voting garners momentum, the world holds its breath in the shadows. Two powerful nations, Russia and China, are poised to play their hands. What are their stakes in this high-stakes game? Take a look at this report.
In Russia, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. The Kremlin sees the US election as a golden opportunity, an opportunity to exploit divisions and create chaos. State media, echoing the voices of political leaders, are framing this election as a dramatic saga of the declining American dream. There is a massive surge in misinformation campaigns aimed at manipulating public opinion. Russia's strategy to fan the flames of discord, fostering division among voters and undermining trust in the electoral process. A Harris election could mean a continuation of fierce sanctions and military aid to Ukraine, while a return of Trump might signal a return to isolationism, a scenario Moscow might eagerly welcome. Across the Pacific, China also watches with keen interest. The stakes are high as they analyze the shifting political landscape. Beijing is cautious, knowing that American politics could dramatically impact their own aspirations. China fears a hardline US administration likely to intensify trade wars and military presence in the Asia-Pacific. Yet, there's also hope that a more moderate leader could open the doors for dialogue and cooperation. Strategic calculations are underway as Chinese officials weigh the potential outcomes. Every candidate's stance on technology, security, and global dominance is under scrutiny. As the election draws near, both Russia and China are not just observers. They are players in a geopolitical chess game. Misinformation, cyber operations, and diplomatic maneuvers will escalate as they seek to shape the narrative. In this pivotal moment, the 2024 US election isn't just about American democracy. It's a global stage where the interests of Russia and China collide. Arjun Samar Mahindran for NDTV World.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that'll help you move with the tide.
An unmissable show.
If you want to be in the money.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephologist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani exclusively on the NDTV network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow, the newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to
Hello and welcome. It's the rolling coverage here on NDTV Global that we are bringing to you of one of the most important elections, ladies and gentlemen, the election to elect the President of United States. An important state, in fact, this election, and this election, the winner of this election, whatever the results are in the United States, are not just crucial for the United States of America, but will have a larger impact on the world as well. It's a very, very tight race, at least polls show. And the latest Ipsos poll has predicted that 50% in fact support for Kamala Harris and 48% for Donald Trump. That tells you how close this election has been. A very, very aggressive campaign which has now ended, and now all eyes are on the voters. It's voting day in the United States of America. It's almost been 4 hours that people have been lining up outside polling booths in America to cast their ballot. Let's very quickly, before we start, go across to the headlines at this moment. Locals wait for Donald Trump at West Palm Beach. Voters begin arriving at polling stations in West Palm Beach, where Donald Trump is expected to cast his ballot. U.S. intelligence agencies warn foreign adversaries, especially Russia, are increasing their efforts to undermine confidence in the United States presidential election. Now, for a lot of people, this election is not as simple as many processes are. In fact, the candidates who wins the majority of votes might not necessarily, in the United States, make it to the White House. We saw this in 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump despite securing more votes. So what is the entire American voting system? My colleague Vishnu Shom explains.
In a winner-takes-all system, I think what we can try and do is give you an idea of what winner-takes-all means in the context of these elections. Let's explain how the entire system works. It's the battle for the President of the United States, who's going to be in the White House. Let's go to the next page and go through these really quickly. Who's going to be the next president? Is it going to be a man or a woman? Kamala Harris, if she wins, would be the first woman president of the US. The voting is now taking place. A large number of people are out, and all of them want as many people as possible out there. In the context of a close election, every single vote is all very, very important. But let's actually give you an idea by going to the next page on explaining how the Electoral College system actually works. Now, we'd explained this a little while earlier on, but I can explain it once again. The blue states over here, and there's a number underneath all of them. There are the red states, which are Republican, blue states, which are Democrat, and there are the 7 swing states, or the battleground states, which are absolutely incredible. So how exactly does the winner-take-all system actually work? So let's just explain. Now, give you an example of the state of California, which is over there. Now, if we actually look at the state of California, make up a scenario over here. If candidate 1, which is the Democrat candidate because it's blue, wins 51% of the vote, then all 54 seats actually go to that candidate, the Democrat, and the entire state actually ends up with the candidate over there. If we take a look at the state of Texas with 40 seats, and let's just hypothetically suggest that candidate 2 ends up winning 51% of the vote, then all 40 seats from the state of Texas end up going to candidate 2. But what is important to understand, and if let's just go across to the next point, is that in the United States, the deciding factor are electoral votes. I mean, you can refer to them as seats to keep it simple, but each of the numbers, for example, in the case of Texas, 40, California, 54, those are electoral votes. The magic mark is 270. Electoral votes do not translate into the popular vote necessarily. In fact, in the recent past, there have been elections when the popular vote has been quite different from what the electoral votes have been. So that's important to actually keep in mind.
Right, so people are coming out to cast their ballot and decide the next president of the United States. Vishnu was explaining how the system works. Robert Shapiro is joining us. He's an American political analyst. Robert, thank you. Good morning for joining us at this moment here on NDTV World. I want to start by asking you, for our viewers, just explain what are the challenges with both, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. What is it that they are facing at this moment? What are the key issues that they have to tackle on their way to White House?
Well, at this juncture, the campaign is over. So what the candidates say and do is not relevant for the moment. But what Donald Trump needed to do in order to win the election was to emphasize the poor performance of the Biden administration that Kamala Harris was a part of. And the administration's poor performance, perceived performance, perception is important here, with regard to the economy, inflation especially, and the southern border situation. And then the debacle in Afghanistan figures into this slightly as well. Emphasizing that were his main points of strength. Kamala Harris her strength is she represents a new generation in politics. What was very clear in the campaign that voters were unhappy with both Biden and Trump, and she provided an immediate alternative. And also what she's trying to do is she's trying to say what are the kinds of things that she can do that can help take people out of this psychological funk that they're in with regard to the perceptions of the economy and other things, and to move forward and prosper economically and in other ways. I think that kind of sums it up in a nutshell here.
You know, immigration has been a hotly contested issue between both these leaders. And for Kamala Harris, the 4 years of Biden administration, does it come as a baggage for Kamala Harris when she goes across and speaks about immigration?
That is a huge piece of baggage that she has to overcome. And the things that she's been trying to do to overcome that are, one, the issue of abortion, which has become an important favorable issue for the Democrats, thanks to what Donald Trump did as president of the United States by appointing Supreme Court justices who did away with the freedom of choice that the Roe versus Wade decision provided. And in addition, her way of dealing with the problem is by virtue of attacking Donald Trump with regard to his own bullying, personal style, and also the kinds of things he's doing to threaten American democracy, which we could talk about further if you like.
That's right. In fact, it just seems that she's focusing on the other social issues rather than, in fact, talking much about immigration. Coming to, the reproductive rights, does that also have an impact largely on women voters, let's say in swing states? Also, when we are talking about red and blue states, does this voters, even in red states, do they have this reproductive rights as one of the issues that could possibly be the deciding factor in this election?
What's very striking is how the issue of abortion has become an issue in all the states. Everyone is looking to see to what extent the women's vote based on this issue will be decisive in the election in the swing states. But we also see in red states, those states have passed or have on the current ballot basically ballot initiative items that will basically restore freedom of choice with regard to abortion. And we've seen a lot of red states, Kansas and Kentucky and others that have or will basically overturn the results of the Dobbs decision by way of a referendum or a constitutional amendment. This has been very striking.
Robert, I also want to understand from you, which will be the very key states that, let's say, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris must win states for them if they want to make their way to the White House?
Well, the key states everyone is focusing on are Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And those were the states that Donald Trump took in 2016 in order to win the election. He didn't need all three. It turns out he just needed one of those states. Whereas one important route for Kamala Harris to 270 electoral votes is by regaining those states and then also getting this one electoral vote in Nebraska, which selects some electors by congressional district. So that's considered the kind of easiest and clearest path. But because other states are in play, like Georgia and North Carolina, that gives her additional possibilities for winning the presidency if she doesn't win the Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Whereas Trump, all he needs to do is restore the states that he took in 2016 and then pick off either Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. And that's basically, as we say in the United States, the ball game.
Is there a worry, post-election worry with a lot of people? Because we've also heard this whole campaign about saving the democracy, where the Republican voters say that, we are being looked down upon if we are voting for Donald Trump. All those issues being spoken about, because it has been such a deeply divided campaign, very, very aggressive campaign. Is there a worry about what happens post-election?
Well, the big worry with regard to what happens post-election is if Donald Trump loses and basically denies the results of the election and tries to appeal the votes in the states, and also there is the lingering threat of violence as we saw in 2020. So that's really the big concern right now. What's happened since then? One is Biden is president of the United States, not Trump. So in terms of who controls the National Guard and so forth is different. But more importantly, Congress passed what's called the Electoral Count Reform Act, which basically strengthens the procedures for counting votes, counting the electoral vote, and certifying the electoral vote to prevent the kind of shenanigans that Trump and the Republicans engaged in 2021.
Let me ask you one final question. President Joe Biden, whosoever inherits his legacy, what legacy is President Joe Biden? What would he be remembered for? Because a lot of people think that his presidency has been a mixed presidency. So what will be the key features, or at least the legacy, that the incoming president is going to inherit?
Well, the legacy of the Biden administration were his legislative accomplishments in response to dealing with the COVID crisis and turning around the manufacturing sector of the United States, particularly with regard to computer chips and so forth, and also making progress on climate change in his Inflation Reduction Act. So he had a very impressive legislative set of accomplishments. On the other hand, he oversaw an economy that didn't perform as well as expected with regard to the issue of inflation. The border was a debacle for him, as was the withdrawal from Afghanistan. How he will be remembered will depend on the outcome of the election. If Kamala Harris wins, I think his legacy will be much, much more secure. If she loses, there'll be all kinds of as we say, engagement in what we call Monday morning quarterbacking. That is, thinking about what the Democrats could have done. And one thing they could have done, perhaps would have been if Biden had basically taken himself out of the campaign earlier, so that the Democrats might have come up with a possibly better candidate. But the legacy of Biden really depends on whether Kamala Harris wins or not.
Thank you so much, Robert, for joining us and giving us that very quick lesson, a perspective on what's going on in America, the important issues that people are talking about. Pleasure having you on the broadcast. All right, let's go across and get you some flavor from the ground on what's happening as far as these elections are concerned. Our reporters are spread across various states in United States. Huma Iqbal is joining us from Texas, largely a red state, and we also have Alistair from Virginia. Natasha is joining us. Natasha, every time I see your frame, there is so much color and there is so much, different kind of people that you have. I'm going to come to you in just a bit. And Jennifer is joining us from Florida, the home state of Donald Trump. Natasha, coming to you first. I mean, just please tell me what's happening behind you. What are these fantastic faces that are standing behind you?
Yes, well, these fantastic faces behind me are Jazzy's Entertainment and then the main lead is Jazzy. This is Jazzy. Hi. And talking about economy and business, her small business has been running for 28 years. And in these 28 years, what she does is she hires different people, including young kids from her neighborhood, to come and do these performances at different places. And she's going to be spending the entire day at polling stations in Philadelphia, really energizing voters. She was dancing earlier. Her entire troop was dancing. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's just amazing that a lot of people are coming out today and voting. And we also giving free food away too. You can't beat that, because these food prices is very high today. And we need somebody that's going to show us the way to get those prices down. And that's why I'm here voting for Harris today. And I'm going to keep encouraging people to vote today, because we really need everybody to come out and vote. Come out and vote.
How do you think she'll bring those prices down? Because it's not an easy task to do. She's had only 100 days really to put her act together as the presidential nominee. So do you think she's going to be able to do it, and how?
I think she's going to be able to do it. I believe in her. She's powerful. And she's here to help too, because she was a middle class. She was from the middle class too. So I know she knows how we're feeling right now, and she's going to get the job done. She's going to get it done. Go Harris.
Well, you're standing now in Philadelphia. It's an important factor in Pennsylvania, which is a swing state, and it has gone to Trump in a previous election. It's also gone to Biden. What are the chances you think that this state, which is so important to you and your business too, will go to your candidate?
I think we're gonna bring it home. We're gonna bring it home. Harris gonna bring it home. And I'm gonna keep encouraging people to vote today. I'm on live 215, but we need everybody to get on out here and vote today. Thank you so much.
Well, that's Jazzy from Jazzy's Entertainment with her group, including young children who are closely watching the electoral process here in the United States. And this is going to be a long day for her and her crew and for all of us on the ground.
Go to jazzyclown.com if you want us to come to your party. jazzyclown.com. Thank you.
All right, so it's going to be a long day, exciting day, of course. All elections usually are. Jennifer, let me come to you. A lot of people are now in Florida, in fact, waiting for the appearance of Donald Trump when he comes out and casts his vote. Is there a sense that as these polls put Kamala Harris slightly ahead of Donald Trump, is there a sense of anxiety or disbelief as far as these polls are concerned?
Florida is a reliably Republican state, but abortion has really thrown a lot of things up in the air here. It's unclear how many maybe people who wouldn't have ordinarily voted might come out to vote. You can see behind me people lined up to vote. The early voting here was astonishing as well, but people coming in here over and over again. I think it is a very passionate vote on both sides. Donald Trump standing for a very, very clear set of anti-Biden policies, anti-Kamala policies, as your guest just said, and that is what he has campaigned on. And of course, Kamala Harris largely taking the reproductive issue, the abortion issue, to the heart of her campaign, saying we will not go back. And that is a big issue here in Florida. There's a referendum on the ballot here in Florida about it. And the question is, how many voters will it galvanize here? As I said, you can see the voters coming in behind me. It's been steady here today. We are this far back. The reason the pictures aren't as good is that you may not be within 150 yards of a voting center, 150 feet of a voting center here. And so that's why you see all these signs. That is the barrier, and that is to try to prevent people from influencing voters as they come to make their choice.
Right. One quick question. In how much time is Donald Trump expected to cast his ballot? And, is there going to be some sort of conversation or at least a statement that he's going to make?
Donald Trump can be very unpredictable. We do not know exactly when he's going to cast his ballot. He, of course, is a Florida voter, and he usually cannot resist the cameras. I wouldn't be surprised if he does say something when he does cast his ballot, but he has another 9 hours to do so. The polls stay open for another 8.5 hours here in Florida, and so it could happen at any time.
Thank you, Jennifer. Also, let me also introduce Gauri Dwivedi, my colleague who's joining us from Washington, D.C. Alistair, I'm really sorry. Ladies first on the panel at this moment. I'm going to come to you, but let me first go across to Huma Iqbal at this moment. She's joining us from Texas. Huma, is voting in Texas a foregone conclusion? I mean, it's a red state, so are you expecting any surprises? And what are the issues that people are voting for? Immigration, reproductive rights. What is it that is on the top priority for the voters?
But as you can see behind me, it hasn't dampened the spirits of the voters. The people are flocking in numbers. I'm right now at the Babs Mandir, which is the third consecutive year that this is a polling station for the elections. And Texas being the second largest immigrant state, I think a lot of people are definitely going to look for better immigration policies. Now, more than 15% of the population it comprises of immigrants, mostly from Mexico, but the second largest immigrant population is the Indians. So we're definitely looking for better immigration policies. And like yesterday also, we spoke a lot about reproductive rights. I think that is one thing a lot of people, especially women, are looking to change, because a lot of lives has been lost in the past due to these policies in place, and people are looking forward for a change in these. And as we all speak a lot about reproductive rights and abortion laws. A lot has been not spoken about is the medical and the healthcare system, which is in place over here. Basic things like insulin cannot be accessible to the patients, which is definitely something to worry about, something of concern. And in the past, we've seen how people are sourcing things like insulin from the black from the black market, or sourcing it out from the countries that are that they can get access to.
From overcast skies in Texas, let me take you to sunny Washington, D.C. Gauri Dwivedi is joining us at this moment. Gauri, this campaign has been quite polarizing. It has been a very aggressive campaign. Is that the sense you also get when you talk to the voters? Because earlier when we were listening to some of your guests, if they are Trump supporters, they have very harsh things to say about Kamala Harris, and vice versa if you are a Kamala Harris supporter.
That's in fact reflective of the campaign, actually, Ankit. During the entire campaign, you had the Harris campaign calling out Trump, and likewise the other side as well. And in fact, both candidates also said that if I wasn't brought to power, then heavens will fall. Essentially, that's the narrative that has come in from both the Trump and Harris campaigns, and which is why it's reflective of the voter mood and voter sentiment as well. In fact, some of the Trump supporters I spoke with, they said that they've been shamed by the Democrat camp. They've been shamed by some of their Democrat supporters, because every time they open their mouth to say that they like Donald Trump, they come back with very strong, almost expletive-laden statements. And that just reflects the extent to which right now the political discourse is divided, and also extremely negative right now. And many voters that I've been speaking to are hopeful that once this election process ends, then some of this will actually come, if not come to an end, at least it will subside, and it will not be the way it is right now. But there are deep fractions and deep divisions right now within the American society. And one thing we've realized in the last 3 hours that we've been speaking to voters, whether it's blacks, the immigrants, I spoke to Chinese immigrants, a lot of young girls who are Trump supporters, a lot of first-time voters who are still ambivalent as to whether they should go ahead with the family vote or stick their neck out to think on their own terms. All of them come back with one same thing, which is that there is a very negative atmosphere in which this election is taking place, and no two people within the family have the same view on who they should vote for. And at least on 5 different occasions, I heard the word economy and food prices. How much of that translates into words? It's anybody's guess. It's just a couple of hours. But these are the kind of sentiments that one is seeing just outside the voting booth, the polling booth, where voters are exercising their franchise.
Thank you, Gauri, for joining us. Let me bring in Alistair, my friend. Apologies to coming to you last because there were ladies on the panel. But Alistair, people are talking about the crucial factor now about how many people come out and vote, the voting percentage. The pre-poll, or at least before the voting today, more than 75 million Americans have already voted. How does that all figure out? You have seen the voting for the last 4 hours now. How is it, in fact, coming out at this moment?
Yes, Ankit, we're at Arlington, Virginia, and for the last little while, we came here early in the morning. There were a fair number of people coming in. The crowds have somewhat thinned out now. It's about 10:30 in the morning, so those were people perhaps who went to work or had to go to work and therefore came here slightly earlier. And we expect perhaps things to pick up a little while from now as well. But everything is being done to make sure, in fact, that people do vote. For example, just like in India, you can potentially call a political party and ask for a ride to be brought here to a polling station. It's the same here. You can give a call to the Democrats or to the Republicans and have them perhaps drop you here at the polling station. Let me show you one thing here, for example. If you are, for example, unable to walk inside the polling booth, but can potentially drive. Let's say you're an elderly person or you're on a wheelchair, etc., and someone brings you here and you don't want to get out of your car. Have a look at this here. It says, curbside voting. So basically, you can just come here, you can pull up, and they will take your ballot from here. So that's a sense of how things are here, giving you that from Arlington, Virginia. Handing it back to you, Ankit.
Thank you, Alistair, for for the patience and also giving us that the sense of what is happening there in Virginia. We'll keep coming back to all our colleagues, those who are with us throughout. NDTV World is giving you a 360-degree perspective, not just the best views, but also the reports from the ground. Stay tuned. We are slipping into a short break. Updates continue.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that'll help you move with the tide.
An unmissable show.
If you want to be in the money.
Market veteran Ramesh Damani puts on the cephalogist's hat to get you the insight you need on the US presidential battle of the century. Will Kamala Harris claim a historic victory, or will Donald Trump march back into the White House?
According to polls, if Biden and Trump were running, I think Trump would have handily won. He was almost measuring the drapes to the White House even before the election.
What are the stakes for India and its investors?
The road to the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue goes through Pennsylvania this time.
Tune in to US Election Watch with Ramesh Damani, exclusively on the NDTV network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job.
Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. Well, the long-anticipated day has arrived. The voting for the 2024 US presidential election has commenced. From cities across the United States to even the vibrant vistas of Alaska far, far away, citizens are actively participating in shaping what happens next. The question on everyone's mind is whether we'll witness a wave of change or the maintenance of the current state. Campaigners from both the Donald Trump and Kamala Harris camps have worked tirelessly to win favor with voters. Each vote today determines the next term in the United States, but it also influences global outcomes. Will this election be a clear victory for one, or could it be a suspenseful contest? I would suggest it might just be that. Well, the outcome remains to be seen. Here's why election predictions or election analysts are pretty confused at this stage. Just ahead of the elections, and the voting started a couple of hours back, this is what the pollsters were actually saying. So let's have that graphic up on the screen. It was basically Kamala just ahead of, with 0 days to go, Kamala at 50%. This is what Ipsos said earlier on. Trump at 48%. Now that's well within that 3% margin of error. So don't hold your breath, too hard. We'll have to wait and see what actually happens. The headlines as they are at this hour. Voting underway in the nail-biting 2024 US elections. America will choose their 47th president. Will the Democrat nominee Kamala Harris become America's first woman president, or will the Republican nominee and former President Donald Trump return to the White House for a second time? It's down to the wire. Swing states may very well hold the key to the White House as the race enters its final few hours. Both candidates remain neck and neck across these crucial states. It's all down to voters right now. Knock on doors, call voters, reach out to friends and family. Kamala Harris shares a post on X as voting gathers pace. All right, well, it's all happening now in the United States. Voting has started. We've joined by two very special guests. Matt Klink is a Republican strategist, and Scott Bolden is a former chairperson of the Democratic Party. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for being with us. Matt Klink, let me come to you first. Right till the end, Trump maintained his aggressive style. The language used was true Trump. It was pretty direct. He kept taking on Biden, Kamala Harris as well, whereas, Kamala Harris was fairly muted and focused more on issues. Do you believe that this aggression or this Trump style will take him to the White House?
Absolutely. Look, I think that this election, we've said all along, is a turnout election, meaning that both Republican and Democratic candidates are doing whatever they feel that they need to do to get their voters, whether frequent or, more importantly, infrequent voters, to the polls. And I think Trump closed on a strong note over the last 2 days. He said that Americans face a choice between staying the course for 4 more years of the failed Biden and Harris administration, or change. And change, as we know what the difference is going back to what the Trump economy was and a much safer world under a President Donald Trump than it certainly has been under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
All right, Jake Novak with us. Thanks, Jake, very much for being with us. At the end of the day, what is the primary couple of issues? I know there are so many, but when a voter goes in to vote in the United States, some would suggest that the primary issue is that of the economy. Some would suggest that, inflation, the rising costs, that's something which is paramount. And therefore, it's the economic policy of both Kamala Harris and Trump which are key. Would you agree?
I would agree. And I think you have to get a little bit more specific, and you need to add a multiplier. It is inflation. It can't just be the economy. Inflation in my lifetime killed off 3 presidents in a row, Nixon, Ford, and Carter. It was mostly under control in all the years since Jimmy Carter left office. That's 44 years ago. But we've had a massive upturn in it. And it doesn't matter what party you're from. It doesn't matter your previous record. If inflation is hurting Americans while you're president or while your administration is in power, you're probably going to lose. So I think that's the number one issue. However, it has been multiplied by the fact that we also have had an open border for the last 3.5 years. And we've been told by economists for years that an open border would reduce inflation. It would lower wages. And that hasn't happened. So it's been a perfect storm of problems for the existing administration. The only reason why this election is close is because Kamala Harris has been vice president, mostly unknown, and she's not the president. Had she been the president, I think this would be a clearer outcome that we could expect tonight.
Well, let's go across to Mr. A. Scott Bolden. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. You know, I mean, the polls themselves have obviously a margin of error, but it seems at this juncture that it's just very, very narrow, a 1 or 2% gap. Now, do you believe the polls that we've seen right up to this point, Ipsos had what, a 2% lead for Kamala Harris, or do you believe that, you know, it's all up in the air at this stage?
I couldn't really make out your question, but I think I got it. The race is close for a lot of different reasons. If, you know, inflation, the economy, immigration, listen, Biden administration has a lot of statistics to show that they've improved the economy from the COVID economy inherited by Donald Trump 4 years ago, but people aren't feeling it, if you will, and they're showing that they're not feeling it. And while the Republicans blame Biden-Harris blamed the COVID economy and Donald Trump's mismanagement of it, but it is a close race, 50-48. We're not looking at polls anymore. I think your other guest said, this is about getting out the vote. It's election day. I just voted. And whoever has the better organization of getting all your votes out is probably going to win this election. We may not know who the winner is this evening. Maybe we'll know this week. But the bottom line is get out the vote. And the real difference on this approach by the parties, the Democrats are expanding their coalition to include conservatives, conservative women, moderate conservatives, if you will, to expand that coalition. Donald Trump's not trying to expand his coalition. He's trying to energize his base and then get low propensity voters that come out and vote who share his personality, who don't have a problem with his chaos or his criminal conduct or anything else that comes along with a really disturbing personality. You got to choose whether you're going to go forward with Kamala Harris and the future of America, or you're going to go back to Donald Trump and the chaos that comes with his leadership. We've lived through that once. I'm thinking the majority of the voters are going to move forward, but we'll have to see. It's a tight race for a reason because America is very divided right now. We'll see.
Well, joining us now, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, the Democratic representative of Illinois. Thanks very much, Mr. Krishnamurthy, for being with us. Are you, in a sense, relieved that, look, it's all over? In a sense, you know, I mean, the hectic campaigning, you can say whatever you want, your opponents can say whatever they want, but look, it's the American voter which is going to decide which way it's going to go, one way or the other. Are you, in that sense, a little relieved, or are you extremely tense at this stage?
No, I think we're expectant. We're looking forward to victory tonight. I myself am on the ballot. I'm seeking a contract extension for a 5th term as a U.S. congressman, and I hope to get my high five, so to speak, from my voters. And I think Kamala Harris is going to become the first Desi president of the United States as well.
You know, some of my panelists were suggesting that, look, it is the economy at the end of the day. Of course, the other issues are important: healthcare, foreign policy, abortion, immigration. But, you know, it's rising costs which are a huge concern. Do you share that opinion that in as much as we can discuss the other issues, for Kamala Harris, it is the issue of the economy in various way, shape or form? You know, that's what's going to decide where America is going.
I do think that people are very worried about kitchen table topics such as how do I afford higher education for my children? How do I gain access to quality, affordable health care? How do I get a job that can put me into the middle class? And they want to hear what each candidate has in store to address those issues. On the one hand, they hear Kamala Harris talk very specifically about how do they move their families forward. And on the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who really gets into a list of grievances. He has an enemies list. He talks about going after people in the administration. It's as Kamala Harris talked about the other day. On the one hand, we have an enemies list from Donald Trump, and then on the other hand, we have a to-do list with Kamala Harris. And I think people want someone to pursue their to-do list, and that's Kamala Harris.
Let's talk about a couple of important issues. Immigration. Trump was really hit out at Kamala Harris, saying that, you know, I mean, she doesn't have the ability to govern border security, immigration policies, to handle the influx of migrants. How would you respond?
Well, two things. One, Donald Trump was the one who blocked the bipartisan immigration and border deal, which would have been an incredible deal. But he decided to block it because he wanted to deny Joe Biden a political victory. So he wants to run on a problem as opposed to solve it. So the first thing is we need to put that particular border deal on the table for a vote. And I believe that Kamala Harris will sign that into law. The second thing is you should know that there are millions of legal immigrants who are in queue, including millions of Indian nationals who are H-1B visa holders and others who can't matriculate into green card status, again, because Republicans are blocking this legislation. Why do I know this? Because it's my legislation. It's my bills that are getting blocked by Republicans for consideration. So Kamala Harris and Democrats are going to move forward on that legislation finally. And I'm very hopeful that not only will we get a secure border and immigration deal because of Kamala Harris, but we'll also be able to move forward on this vital legislation, which will help our economy grow and help many, many, many Indian nationals become green card holders over time as well.
Let's talk about one of the biggest issues, in your campaign, the rights of women, reproductive rights, abortion. How important is this for you and for Kamala Harris winning the vote of women and certainly raising this as a larger human rights issue?
It's monumentally important. When I go and knock on doors and talk to even Republican women and independent voters, this is one of those issues that cause them to say, look, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris. I may not put a yard sign out advertising my support for Kamala Harris, but I'm going to vote for her nonetheless when I go into the voting booth. And I think that's why you're seeing such a surge in momentum for Kamala Harris in these final days. In Iowa, which is a solidly red state, recently the gold standard of pollsters, Ann Seltzer, showed that Kamala Harris has surged to the lead. This surprised everybody. But it doesn't surprise those of us who are talking to voters every day and asking them where do they stand. And the late-breaking votes seem to be going to Kamala Harris, in part because of this reproductive rights issue, which at the end of the day is about gender equality, which obviously the majority of the electorate feels personally in their everyday lives, since the majority of the electorate are women.
Let's talk a little bit about foreign policy. Obviously, that's key to... I'm not sure that decides U.S. elections, but it's certainly a factor in